Oh, wait, is this first from now or is this a comment from now? Hold on. I'll go grab something to drink and I'll be right here. I'll be right back. Oh, wow. That's so nice. There you go. Hello. Is anybody here? I'm gonna watch a silly video first and then we're gonna do something. Okay. Hello. Thank you for being here. As always, I'm gonna go grab a glass. The glass will contain a drink, a non-alcoholic beverage called Coke, Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola drink. Also, hello. Hold on. Where is I? Where was I? Oh yeah, might as well advertise on the channel that I'm live. Right. Might as well. Hi. I am I. And alive. Right, I'll be right back. Alright, let us begin. Let us begin the spectacle. What is to come? Let me see. Let me find the link. Alright. Guess I have no choice. I have to watch this now. Where's God? Where's the link? There we go. Even. There we go. Debate between Soipel and Anastasia. Let's see how that goes. Oh boy, it's had a lot of views. What? Of course, non-ethnic states involved without borders. Oh boy.
Sure. All right. Well, hello. We're live now.
Hello.
Good to see you again. And it sounds like you think I'm a dumb, useful idiot American who is anti-ethnostate for all the wrong reasons. So I want you to educate
That's a
me.
bit of that's a dramatic description, okay? Also, hello. It's been like I think quite a bit since we talked like in actual person, no, camera.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's
We were on like a panel together, or a event together, but separate panels. But yeah, since last time we talked, I want to say it was when
week
we were
thing, I
watching.
think, yeah.
Yeah,
Temple stuff, yeah.
yeah. The Tim Pool thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh
Haven't seen
boy.
your hat in a bit, and still pretty fabulous, I must say. Like,
Thank you.
I don't know, you kind of pull this hat off. Like, how do you do that? I
Oh,
could
thank you.
never.
Hey, look, if
By
you,
wearing
what
it.
do Goebbels say? If you lie enough, then people start to believe it. If you wear it enough and act like it looks good, then people will start thinking it looks good. So it sounds like it's working.
Who said what? Can you pronounce his name again? So I can
Goebbels?
laugh at you?
Goebbels?
I adore this pronunciation. Girl boss, essentially. You know, you basically girl bossing at me. It's
Goebbels,
Hebels
the girl boss.
or
Yeah,
Hebels.
Joseph
Yeah,
Goebbels.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, there's no girl boss. He's like girl boss. I mean, you can say he did a bit of girl bossing. I guess you
Wait.
could
Are
say
you
that.
German splaining to me right now? Wait, how do you pronounce it?
Yes. We say Hebels. They say just Goebbels. Hebels. Like,
Goebbels. Goebbels? No, Goebbels sounds wrong. Goebbels. Goebbels.
You know I
they
speak
didn't say
German, right?
I studied it at school, but no,
Goebbels.
not really.
No,
like,
I
yeah,
speak German. I lived there for
Oh, you do?
years. Yeah. It's
Oh,
Goebbels. Goebbels.
Goebbels, yeah,
Yeah.
but not girl boss. You know,
Okay.
Goebbels,
All right.
Goebbels. There's no girl boss in there.
I'm gonna start
yeah,
calling him
yeah,
girl
yeah.
boss.
I did know a bit, but like it's been a long time, and I didn't really use it much, so it's kind of like
My German history is the same as hers. I learned a bit and I've never learned past a bit. So we have similar history of the German language.
out of my head. I know too many languages, okay, to keep the Germans. I'm sorry
Okay.
to the Germans.
Well, look,
Out
German's
there.
in the
How
comments.
many languages does she know? At least 3.
You can say who girl boss better.
Goebbels. You say girl boss in English. I don't know why. Or sometimes Goebbels, people say like Goebbels. Like
Oh,
that,
yeah.
that. I don't know. I don't know what's
If they're
happening there.
gargling
Anyway.
or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of
point is-
Nazis, let's talk
Speaking
about
of-
ethno-states.
There you go.
Okay, so my kind of subject, I will say, dude, it's been 2,000 years since I have a beef with you. Like, essentially, when I got mad at you, you were speaking with Destiny. It's been so long
Yes.
that I will not pretend that I remember exactly what you said, okay? It
Yeah,
will be
I mean,
dishonest.
I
Yeah,
I
so-
don't want to dishonestly frame it, but let me try to.
Ah, yes. The last time they had a beef was about. I think it was about the election thing. Zelensky not organizing elections.
Fresh everyone's memory, which was we were talking about Israel at some point, and I said, I don't care about like the Zionist project insofar as like, okay, sure, you want to have a place to protect the Jewish people because they get persecuted everywhere, but if your
I'm pretty sure their last beef was the election thing.
state requires you to ethnically police like people coming in and out to maintain some sort of ethnic majority, then I don't think this is good.
I don't think
And
that's good either.
something along those
Yeah.
lines. So if that refreshes
Yeah,
your
something
memory.
like that. It's something like that. I do remember.
Ridiculous
That was
concept.
basically came off to me as this very maximalist position of like ethno state kind of bad, like overall, like
It is. It is bad overall. It's what led to ethnic cleansings and mass killings historically. So yeah, it is actually quite bad. The ethnic idea of a nation state is actually quite bad.
not that like you're like super duper like fucking kill them all ethnostaters, but you're like pretty like general.
Kill all ethnostaters. I mean, I'm against ethnostates because I understand I understand the historical implication of how these things were created, organized, what the idea was. So yeah, I agree, it's bad.
Morally, you
Yeah.
don't like it.
Yeah, just to
and
clarify,
don't
my
like it.
position is like morally.
Yeah.
I don't
I
think
don't
there's
like
good
it.
justifications
Morally,
for
exactly.
most
That's what-
ethno-states. Period. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of why I even wanted to talk about, because it came off as like about the moral subject, right? And
Yeah.
I even wrote down the points, but I don't know where they are. So it's
So there's
You're
just
not
some
getting them.
piece of paper floating around in your house about the
Yeah,
soy
yeah,
pill and
about
ethno-states.
that says yes. So my kind of like beef with this, as I remember it, was
Oh no. There's a beef. There's a beef with this. Oh no.
like
Okay.
if we have to, we will. But there
Sure.
are two things, right? So one thing is I have a gripe with two things with Americans, with the definition of the ethno state, essentially. So
With Americans, huh? Okay, let's hear it.
what they understand as an ethno state, right? Because it's completely different.
Maybe I'll turn out to be an American. Who knows? Maybe I'm a spiritual American. We'll see. We'll have to see.
Here, and I have two working definitions basically that I hear people in the West make, and I hear people outside of the West make, right? So we can talk about like yours, like which one do you even like agree with? Which one is yours, right?
A national state is a state that prioritizes an ethnicity over any other ethnicity. There you go. There's the definition. I don't think anybody has any other definition of a national state. But let's see.
Maybe you have your own sort of idea about it. Who knows at this days? At this time and age, everyone has their own ideas. Okay, so that's one thing, and I don't think that one definition applies to Israel, and another definition I think applies to Israel, but it applies to literally everyone.
Okay.
So besides, so that's kind of like my thing. And the second
I'm
thing,
sorry. What do you
is
mean
the
applies to everyone?
moral thing? If we have, so that definition I think applies to Israel. I think that one definition applies to Israel, and another definition I think applies to Israel, but it applies to literally everyone.
No. I don't think that there's a definition of an ethno state that just makes every single country an ethno state. But I guess I'm just gonna have to wait and see.
Okay.
So besides, so that's kind of like my thing. And the second thing is the moral thing. If we have time to talk about it, because I do think that it's a very blanket statement to say that all ethno states are immoral. And
I think they
it's
are.
very, in my opinion, not to trigger anyone, it's a very privileged American talking point.
I don't think
So
so.
I would like to like address it from that
don't agree.
perspective. Why I think it's a little bit like close-minded due to the maybe perspective you have as an American on it. So those are two things I would talk
Yeah,
about.
we should have time for
basically.
both. So yeah, let's get into it. Give me this.
It's
Is fun.
close-minded to not want to discriminate against people. Okay. Maybe I'm being uncharitable, but that is how this comes off to me. And I'm not American. I don't have the American privilege, as far as I know. So let's hear it, I guess. Guess we'll just have to see where this goes. I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling about this.
Fun. I get
Yeah.
to choose my favorite definition of ethno-state here.
Basically, yeah. So it's kind of not even like about you. It's just in the general, to be honest. I hear that quite a bit of people, quite a lot of Americans, in particular Westerners, bring this up. So it's not like even like I'm like singling you out in that sense. Like everyone's singling out Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a gripe, right? Because
Yes,
I was
I'm
arguing with
the
all of them.
surrogate for all the dumb Americans, the dumb ignorant Americans. I'll take it.
Yeah, kind.
Okay, okay. Let's see. I'm going to have to see where this goes because. Oh, hello, Glitch Master. Hello, Maya. Your chat isn't updated on screen. It wasn't updating for me on the. Oh no, yeah, it is updating on screen. But the browser is not on screen for some reason. There you go. Okay. Is the stream on the side down or anyone else? It shouldn't be. The stream should be on the site. Oh man. Am I offline? I don't know why. Is my Twitch down or something? Technical problems, of course. The internet is not working well today as well. I'm not lucky. I'm not lucky. I'm not having much luck tonight. I will have a grand old stream, but I guess that's not in the cards, huh? Let me see if... Yep. I don't know why, but I'm not live on... I'm just not live on Twitch, it seems. What the fuck? Ah, fuck me. Twitch stream just died. I don't know why. That's why it's not live on stream. Fuck me. Of course. Back, and all my viewers are probably gone. All the viewers are probably gone, but at least it's working now. Amazing. Amazing. Is anybody still here? Should I announce it again? Hello, Inco. It was a problem with the internet. I had to restart the modem. There was a problem with OBS as well. Not a good day. Not a good day at all. But it happens. It's okay. We're back now, so we can continue watching a debate on ethno-states, because that is what everybody came here for, right? A debate on ethno-states.
To be honest, I hear that quite a bit about.
Everybody's here for the debate on ethno-states. Hold on. Is it even... What's wrong with OBS? What the hell is wrong with OBS now? God damn it. Okay, it's working. Hello, Maya Mayor. Yes, we're back because there was a mess and the internet worked really bad. I needed to restart modem. Do you think Ukraine will bomb? Oh yeah, apparently Ukraine will not touch Russian Victory Day because Zelensky signed a document that Russia is free to do their little Victory Day. Also, let's continue. So yes, I don't have American privilege. Let's just do a quick summary. Anastasia thinks that Soipil Hill here has American privilege, that not all ethno-states are bad. I disagree, obviously. I think all ethno-states are bad because I know what the implication of ethno-states is. I know what ethno-states have historically led to. And apparently Soipil's definition of ethno-state is very American and privileged, and most, if not all, states apart from America are ethno-states, which I highly disagree with. But let's hear the arguments and let's see where this goes.
Of people, no, quite a lot of people of Americans, in particular Westerners, bring this up. So it's not like even like I'm like singling you out in that sense, like everyone's singling out Israel. Okay,
Yeah.
I have a gripe, right? Because I was
I'm
arguing with
the
all of them.
surrogate for all the dumb Americans, the dumb ignorant Americans. I'll take it.
Yeah, kind.
Look, I've
kind.
looked-
Yes, I am finding myself disagreeing a lot.
Look, I've
Right
traveled to
now.
Europe. I'm used to it. Okay.
You are representative right now.
Yeah.
The ambassador, if you will. So yeah, that's it. So the thing is with ethno-state, to make it like super simple, right? What we typically think when we hear that word is that is a country that operates as a state based of the shared ethno-religious, language, and cultural principle, and it is concerned with the preserving of the hegemony of that certain political or that certain with the
I'm sorry,
preserving
what?
cultural principle, the shared country that what we typically think when we hear that word is that is a country that operates as a
It's a country that privileges one ethnicity over all others within a set border. Okay, that's it.
state based of the shared ethno-religious, language, and cultural principle, and it is concerned with the preserving of the principle of the shared ethno-religious, language, and culture.
What the hell is ethno-religious principle? There's no such thing as an ethno-religious principle, and language is absolutely not tied to an ethnicity.
Cultural principle, and it is concerned with the preserving of the hegemony of that certain political or that certain ethno-religious group, right?
No. That's not what an ethno-state is.
So
Okay.
this
is
they,
like definition one then. So it's like
yeah,
there's
this
some
is like
sort
a
of like
broad-
cultural unity, whether that's language or like
typically
shared
it's like
tradition. or-
ethno-religious, typically, right? So it's like
Religious, okay.
ethnicity and religious kind of like tie down together. Not so much in the modern times,
No, ethnicity and religion has never been tied together. That's nonsense.
but like typically it's like depends where though. If it's in the Middle East,
No. I'm sorry, but no.
then it does tie down, obviously. But like in Europe, it's not as much. But still, majority people would be like Catholic or like Christian, like
Yeah, that's not tied to ethnicity.
Orthodox or whatever the fuck, right? So you have like this ethnic majority, and you have a religious majority typically, and language and culture that is preserved in there, and the state is sort of built around this.
Okay.
So the unifying principle is this shared identity, if you will, right? And this state
No, the unified principle is not a shared identity. The unified principle in this case is ethnicity, hence ethno-state. If it was just identity, then ethnicity would not matter. Ethnicity is not an identity.
typically is very concerned with the preservation of that, right?
Sure.
So that keeps being the hegemony, that keeps being the majority, right? And that's the broad thing. So the problem I have with this definition is that if that's the definition you use, then it's everyone.
No, it's not. No.
It's Poland, it's fucking Sweden, it's really any country, you know.
No. That's not true. That's not true at all, because Poland is not interested on a state level of in preserving a majority Slavic thing.
Oh, it's
Like anybody can come to Poland and try for a to get citizenship.
Ukraine, it's countries in Korea, Japan, it's every Arab country, basically. It's almost every country except New World countries, which would be based on a completely different principle, like United States, right? It's a civic nationalist principle. You have a
Ukraine has a civic nationalist principle. If you learn about the history of Ukraine, you will learn that you had two competing schools of thought, the ethno-nationalist school of thought and the civic nationalist school of thought. And in Ukraine, that one has won, which is why Anna, that is ethnically Greek, is Ukrainian. If Ukraine operated on a ethnic principle, Anna would not make the cut to be Ukrainian, because Anna is ethnically Greek.
nation, you don't have a ethnicity that shows you as an American. You didn't even have the language, I think, official language. That
Zelensky would not make the cut. Zelensky is Jewish.
Until like Trump declared it, I think,
Sure.
English or some shit.
But
yeah,
correct me if I'm wrong. Like, would you say like pre the massive immigration changes, like in the 60s and 70s, that like all the neo-Nazis get really upset about? Like, would you say that we would be closer to that definition, where you have more of a Christian majority nation, you have more of a white majority nation, and it kind of has moved away from that?
And yes, by the way, the United States used to be an ethno-state, absolutely. It had so many laws on the books that made it an ethno-state. What about slavery? What about redlining? And all the other things? No, the United States absolutely has been an ethno-state in the past.
Since then, to a much higher degree.
That's very American talking point.
No, it's not an American talking point. It's a factual talking point. America had laws on the books that made the white ethnicity, quote unquote, the European ethnicity, Anglo-Saxon in particular, supreme over all others. Like, what the fuck? It's not an American talking point. It's just a factual talking point.
Because we wouldn't say that French,
Hello, Glitchmaster.
German, Irish,
Right, because it's
and
white.
English
Yeah,
are
it's
same
all
people.
the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Anastasia now is just conflating nationality with ethnicity, which is a silly thing to do. It's a silly thing to do, to conflate. Yeah, the Germans and the English are not the same people, but no, there are still of Germanic ethnicity, if you want to go that route. People of the same ethnicity can form different countries. So no, it's not an American talking point. You're just conflating ethnicity and nationality now, which is a silly thing to do.
Yes,
Okay,
so it's not the same ethnicity, it's not the same language, it's not the same culture,
Gotcha. Okay.
not the same. Yes.
Ethnicity and language are not tied concepts. Ethnicity and language are not intrinsically tied concepts.
Yeah, that's kind of ethnicity. It's not the same language. It's not.
And yes, you could make the case that all that all people of Germanic descent are the same ethnicity.
not the same culture,
Gotcha. Okay.
not the same. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of like even not the same religion in some cases, right? So that's kind of like
Also, ethnicity does not have some inherent culture. Ethnicities don't have some inherent culture. Okay? Because Polish people, Ukrainian people, and etc., like Belarusian people, we're all ethnically Slavic, and we don't have all the same culture and the same language. Surprise.
the shared identity that when established in the United States and the New World countries, right, the ethnicity wasn't the unifying principle. You escaped actually your own countries mostly, right, your own homelands, and turned to settle in a completely different.
Before the nation states, countries in Europe also did not have this tying principle of ethnicity, believe it or not. That was created with the nation states.
Space altogether, with the quite unfortunate nuking basically everyone there to do it, but that's a whole other situation, right?
Sure.
So you established yourselves there, and then you created a national identity. This like badass Reagan speech comes to mind, like everyone can be American, but no, everyone can be German, and it's true, it's true, and it's cool.
Yeah, except before that, America absolutely just privileged Anglo-Saxons and made everybody else not equal to that. So no, America at some point definitely was a non-ethno state.
I mean, used to be cool, I guess. I don't know if Americans think it's cool now, but yeah, used to be cool.
We're still
Anyway,
number one, okay?
that's number one. Yeah, so that's kind of like makes it
Oh my god. It's like the blind leading the blind again. I hate it when this happens.
impossible to demonize Israel on that principle, because then you have to fucking demonize every other country that isn't
Right.
basically New World countries, and maybe India, okay? I think India.
Yeah, I will gladly demonize countries that form ethno states, yes. I will gladly demonize them. It's stupid for Poland to try to preserve some ethnic majority, yes. I say yes. Yes. I have no problem with that.
Doesn't have like have such a big diversity in terms of like ethnic
Also,
groups.
anybody can become Polish, so what kind of an argument is that?
There, religion. I don't think one is like even primarily one.
My two best friends were Vietnamese. They're Polish. They are Polish. They have the citizenship. They have lived in Poland for most of their lives. They're culturally very Polish. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Nobody can tell me that they're not.
If I'm not mistaken, I might be mistaken.
Well, yeah, it's
but,
super diverse. They have all these different languages. The primary is like
Yeah,
Hindi
yeah.
and in English actually to an extent. But yeah, it's
Because of the colony, yeah,
I know what you
yeah.
mean.
But does come to mind the only country, but primarily I think about New World countries, so like Canada, America, or Australia, whatever.
But yeah, I'm in
so
alignment
anyway.
here. It is too vague to just say, oh, you have a shared culture and
Yeah.
language and that sort of thing. Yeah.
I mean, you can.
It's very... Could it be language thing to confuse race and ethnicity? It could be. But Anastasia here is also conflating ethnicity with nationality, which is ridiculous.
Do that, and you can say, for example, hey, mine is based, right? I think like the American version is based. Obviously that's I don't want to argue that, that's opinion, right? But at the end of the day, like, it's just weird to demonize particularly Israel, because then you are rating that everyone is allowed except the Jews. And that's kind of like me. It goes into the uncomfortable zone
Yeah,
real
if
fast.
That's not true. Israel has very specific laws on the books that discriminate people that are not of a specific ethnicity. So actually, it's not wrong to point out Israel. Like, I'm sorry, but Israel has on the books laws that people from Gaza receive a different legal penalties than Israelis. So it's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure that Israelis are forbidden from marrying people from the Gaza Strip. No other countries does things like this. No other countries do. No other countries actually try to preserve this artificial majority of an ethnicity like Israel does. In Poland, if you live long enough, you can just get a citizenship. There is no quota of how many people can get citizenship in Poland. Right? Again, Anastasia would not make the cut if Ukraine was an ethnic state. Yeah, they do have a death penalty that exclusively targets Palestinians. No other country does something like that. So Israel is in fact quite unique in that case.
If you're
in my
being that
opinion.
vague and it's like,
Yeah.
why are you only specifically calling this one out as an ethno-state, then it's like, yeah, I agree with this. Okay.
No.
So what's the
Yeah,
second one?
so-
then?
No, it's
That's kind of how
stupid.
we.
My goodness, please educate yourself on this stuff. Israel has very specific laws on the books that other countries simply do not. In order to preserve an ethnic homogeneity.
Use it, by the way. So in
We-
that sense, if some people here, I mean,
Okay.
So if people would
Wait,
say
are
like
you
something
Ukrainian?
isn't, yeah. I mean, not ethnically, but nationally.
Oh, you're
you
actually
know,
not?
and no, I mean, not really. I have, I'm mostly Greek,
There
and I
you go.
Wait.
also have Russian and Polish. So
Hold on.
there you go.
If you're
Have Russian. No, I mean, not really. I have, I'm mostly Greek, and I
Wait.
also have Russian and Polish. So
hold on.
there you go.
Wait, hold on. Anna is partially Polish?
If you're Greek, Russian, and Polish, and you define yourself as Ukrainian,
Yeah. But
it's
nationalist principle. Yeah.
on a nationalist principle. It's like it's not really
Yeah.
like this ethnic.
So it's not an ethno state then. There you go. It's. Come on.
Like, I guess we'll get into this. So what we're talking about, like, is Ukraine like considered like this ethno state in the same definition that
No. No, it's not.
we're going to use, and like whether or
Yeah.
not that's good or bad. But it's like it sounds like you're.
A disclaimer: I'm
whatever.
not actually an ethno big guy. I'm like civic nationalist. I enjoy my civic nationalism. Okay.
There you go. Well then, so what's the? Okay, so what's the? So what's the? Was? Why is this discussion even being had?
Okay, so I'm not arguing for everyone to be like super rigid about for the ethnic principle, right? Because for example, I am not ethnically Ukrainian, but I was born here. I have a Ukrainian, citizenship, and I am Ukrainian in the national sense, right? But if I would speak about like ethnicity, blood, all of that DNA, who my parents are, then I'm not. So
Right.
yeah,
And this
that's
is
a
a
whole other
comment. We don't have
subject.
to dig into this yet, but like what you
Yeah.
just described.
So what's the argument then? What is the concept? What is the contention then?
Which is you not being ethnically Ukrainian, but being able to come to Ukraine, be a nationalist for Ukraine, make your
That means that it's not an ethno state. Yeah.
entire identity and career about protecting
born
and,
here,
and
though.
serving this country. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, as a child of immigrants, right? It sounds like. No. Or you're the
Child of
child of immigrants, of Albanian and Greek immigrants.
It's a bit no Albanians, but it's a bit complicated because like basically in the Soviet Union, everyone who was like occupied by Soviet Russia, they were like all made part of the one big thing.
Right.
So
Well-
technically, my parents kind of like moved from Georgia, that was under Soviet Union, but it was Georgia before it was under Soviet Union, and that was Georgia now after the Soviet Union dissolvement. So technically, they moved to Ukraine from Georgia, but at the
But
time
this is
it
all the
was
same
one...
place at the time.
Yeah. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, it
Well,
kind
what
of
I'm
makes
saying
it...
is like what I'm
Yeah.
principally opposed to, like the whole reason I was saying.
So
what
it's not an ethno-state. Thank you. The discussion should be over. This is where the discussion should end. Thank you. We agreed. Ukraine is not an ethno-state. And also, I don't sure where the American privilege comes in here.
saying in that conversation.
So the
is that
conversation's over.
It seems to me that
No, it's not. It's 13 minutes out of 2 hours.
people would use this justification of like shared culture, shared ethnicity, shared language to say people like your parents can't move into this place because they're not the original thing. We need to restrict the amount of those people that can come in, even though you're a clear demonstration that at best these people can become even more nationalist than some of the people born here, and like still support the project of the country and the culture and like all of that. So that's what I'm like principally opposed to, in case that wasn't clear. But
Yeah.
let's
So
go.
this brings us to the second definition, because you very smoothly brought us into that subject, right? So
Okay.
I found like one of my notes on my phone, which is
Whoa.
kind of funny because I actually wrote it down on paper with like a granny. So basically, right? The second definition that is way less broad in terms of like more. Let me find which one I am actually doing here.
Yeah.
So we can see it, because I think I write it down. The one I remembered.
Brilliant.
Yeah, the other one would be basically that. This one is a bit more demonized. I feel like it's kind of like nationalism in the United States is used pretty like negatively typically. The state where citizenship rights
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of nation states. So
political power is restricted to one ethnic group.
Okay.
So basically, this is another version of ethno-state that I found a lot of people use, right? So not
Sure.
only it's the nation that is the state that is interested in preserving the hegemony and make certain policies to preserve that hegemony. This state is restricting the rights, the ability to be in the positions of power, to be like in the parliament or like government, whatever it is in the country, right? To a particular ethnic group and minority.
that's also stupid, by the way. It is very extremely silly to say only people of certain ethnicities can be in the government, which is not this is not a restriction that Poland has, by the way. It's not. There are people of many different ethnicities in the Polish government.
Ethnic groups don't really have that many rights or protections that apply to them as the one that apply to the big ethnic group, right? So
That's extremely stupid. There is no logical justification for this. There's no legal justification for having this legal separation of who can and who cannot enjoy full rights. It's a restriction we're trying to bring back here in the States. Yeah, ridiculous.
that's kind of like how also a lot of countries function.
No, it's not. Poland definitely does not function like this. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google it right now on my phone. Does Poland restrict what ethnicity can take office in government? No, Poland does not restrict what ethnicity can take office in government. The Polish constitution guarantees that all citizens are equal before the law, regardless of their ethnic descent, and have the right to accept public service. There is no such bullshit in Poland. Hello, just here to watch a trash fire. I'm watching a trash fire just for you, so I'm great. No, I just know that I know that there are Polish politicians There are Polish politicians that have high offices that are of Ukraine descent, interestingly enough, that have Ukrainian roots.
Day, and it's also how most empires functioned, right? So great example would be like Ottoman Empire, for example.
Yeah,
It's a
but
huge
empires
fucking
are
thing, right?
shit. Empires are even more shit than nation states. Should we really use empires as some kind of criteria how these things should function? Well, that's great that most empires function like that, but who cares? Who cares about empires?
Conquested a bunch of people, Arabs, Turks, they're Armenians, Greeks, blah blah blah, all sorts of people, different religions, different ethnicities. Only Turks had the absolute privilege there, right? So every other group was subjugated, wasn't allowed to be represented in any like leadership positions.
Pretty sure. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was a bit more complicated. Hold on. No, positions of power in the Ottoman Empire were not exclusively held by ethnic Turks. While the Ottoman dynasty was Turkish and Turks formed the core of the administration, the empire was a multi-ethnic, multi-religious entity that often recruited its ruling elite from conquered populations. So that's not true either. Non-Turks held high-ranking positions throughout most of the empire's 600-year history. So no, that's not even true. For the
have to pay completely different set of how it's called
Tax.
money you have to pay to the government.
Taxes.
Tax. Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so they have a completely different set of rules. What was allowed to do, what the position. That's what basically that, right? And in modern countries, you see that. Obviously, you see that in Arab countries, for example, quite a bit of them have the rule that, for example, you cannot be governed by not-Muslim guy.
Yeah, there was. Oh God.
In your country, it's not possible,
and so it's
right?
a spectrum too, right? Because like in America, technically, the president can't be a non-citizen, but this is not restricted to ethnicity. Like, there's no American ethnicity. It's just like, hey, you should have been born here, sort of thing.
Yeah, although I highly doubt that people would be jamming with non-Christian fucking president in the United States, but probably not on law, right? Not on like actual. I don't think there's a law, right, in the United States that says that non-Christian guy cannot be a president of the United States.
There's no law, there's no such law in Poland either, that the president has to be Catholic, because you also have this magical thing called the separation of church and state.
Yeah, real quick, I got a super chat from Prince of Salatus. Thank you for the 5. And do you agree that Crimea belongs to Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan? No, absolutely not. Yeah, Tatari, Crimean Tatari, the indigenous population of Crimea. Yeah, I would agree with that. So
no, I think he's joking because it's like the whole Crimea belongs to Russia. I just picked a random country nearby. And it's like, actually, you know what?
What about Greeks? What about Greeks who are also a native group to Crimea, and many other groups, because there were actually a lot of different peoples that were native to Crimea that were chased out by Russia. It was not just Tatar.
It's Kazakhstani. It's Kyrgyzstani.
My guy. Actually, I would rather them than Russians, if we are honest.
Yeah.
So if you play that game, sorry, what I was talking about. Oh, but yeah. So by that restrictive definition, doesn't apply to Israel either, because
Yes, it does.
well, rather the first one applies, but it applies to everyone else as well. But this one doesn't.
No, it does. No, neither it applies to everybody.
Apply because first of all, I'm not super educated, okay?
You're not.
But as far as I am aware, that in Israel there are 2 million Arabs, and those have the exact same rights as Jewish Israelis.
That's not true. Where do I have? I have notes here. My goodness. Oh God. Let me see. I actually have notes about this. Where is it? International law. Article 34 states that the Hebrew versions of laws will be the guiding version, which disregards Article 82 of the Palestinian Order in Council, which states that both Hebrew and Arabic are official state languages. 1994 Knesset law. In the opening session of the Knesset, excerpts from the Declaration of the Establishment of the State of Israel will be read out to emphasize the exclusive connection of the state to the Jewish people. 2006 Criminal Procedure Law. This law removes a number of essential procedural safeguards for detainees suspected of security offenses and is used solely against Palestinians. There you go. Also, the right of return has been restricted only to Jewish people. There you go.
Yeah, I'm also not super educated, so I won't speak on authority. My understanding is
that's not true. That's not true at all.
there are well, there's definitely like second-class citizen type stuff in settler territory, like West Bank
That's another
area.
thing. That's
But-
occupation. Yeah, I'm not talking about
Right,
that. I'm
but
talking
in the
about
country
the
itself,
Israel
I think there
proper.
are like
Yeah.
biases. I don't know if there are like specific laws in the book. Someone's
Yeah, but
gonna
not on the laws.
start linking me.
Biases will be always there. Okay, it's inevitable. When there is a big majority population,
Sure.
it's really inevitable. But I'm talking
Again,
about
grain of
the
salt.
laws.
I haven't
Yeah.
looked into this recently. But what I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
Yeah, law of return is restricted to only Jewish people. That alone is. There you go.
Okay, what I wanted to bring up, because like this is a spectrum, right? Like you would say, even by the second definition, America was never really an ethno-state, right?
America absolutely was an ethno-state by the second definition.
No.
Like there's
I
not
wouldn't
even
say
like
so.
an ethnicity to protect at that point, and like saying
Yes, it is. The Anglo-Saxon ethnicity. What the fuck? That's an ethnicity, isn't it?
white is so America-centric, but
Anglo-Saxon,
I would
you
say
idiot.
something like the Chinese Exclusion Act, where it's like, hey, we are limiting specifically Chinese immigration, even though it's not an ethno-state. This is like an ethno-state kind of policy, and so this
no,
is
it's a
like
discrimination against a particular group. That would be basically. You could call it racist. You could call it a discrimination, but it's not gonna
You
be.
can say the Germanic ethnicity.
Banning migration is not an ethno state in my opinion.
Sorry, what?
Banning migration, but it's not gonna. That would be basically. You could call it racist. You could call it a discrimination, but it's not gonna be. Banning migration is not an ethno state in my opinion.
in and of
even,
itself.
It is. I think it is. Quite honestly.
in and of itself. Yeah.
Okay, so
So,
it
yeah, like-
requires it because like the reason for doing so is to protect that ethnic majority, and if it's not that, then it's that's I guess what I'm getting at, where it's like
depends on the reason. Yeah.
yeah, it's like okay, maybe
Okay, so what are the reasons that are not ethnocentric?
they're specifically discriminating against Chinese people, but it's not because they want to protect a majority, it's because they want to discriminate against Chinese, and
Yeah,
these things
but
are
let's-
not necessarily linked, but could be.
Yeah, let's go there in a second. But also one thing about like Israel is
Yeah, you discriminate against minorities to preserve the majority. So those are pretty linked, intertwined, I want to say.
well, is that not only those Arabs have the exact same citizenship, so that definition just doesn't apply because they have the same rights. They're
Do they? Let me check. Okay. Right of return is the biggest example. Oh wow, Arab citizens have equal rights on paper, but they face systemic discrimination and differential treatment by law compared to Jewish citizens. Laws covering land ownership, citizenship, and language have been described as discriminatory against non-Jewish citizens. Whoops. Well, that goes out the window very quickly. Whoops.
Also represented in the Knesset by 21%, I believe. No, wait, they're 21% of the population, and I think they have
20%. And it doesn't change the fact that discrimination happens.
19 or 20 seats. So technically, they are represented pretty accurately
Technically.
in the governing body, which, by the way, America does not have. You have more African American population when you have a percentage of them represented in your Congress. So that's really not the argument. So
well, can I ask this? Because again,
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
uneducated, but like this is my understanding.
Yeah.
Me as a non-Israeli, also not Arab, just an American Jew, because I have
Oh, you're
Jewish
Jewish.
ethnicity.
I don't
know.
So he was memeing.
No, I really am. Like
Okay,
pretty much a name only, right? Like I don't, which just makes this argument a little sillier to me. I have no cultural ties. I don't speak Hebrew. You never had a bar mitzvah. It's literally
That's
just
great, but there are many Jewish people that never spoke Hebrew.
because my mom is Jewish and my great grandpa was the last one to even remotely do anything close to this. But because of this, I would have an easier time becoming a citizen and acquiring land or having some sort of privileges
Israel,
In Israel, yes. Which is
in Israel. And like this is like on the law.
of return.
Technically,
but that's
not
what's
hey,
wrong with
Arabs
that,
are
though?
discriminated against, but I get these privileges by virtue of being the ethnicity Jewish.
Yeah. That's fine though. No,
No, it's not.
what's wrong with that? Like most of my
Well, it's not about
neighbors
saying whether or not it's
migrated to-
fine. It's like this is to the point of like, oh well, Arabs aren't discriminated against, like they're equal in the law. It's like, well, not really. Like
No, they're not really, because they cannot. They've been chased away from their homes and they cannot return.
someone that is in exactly the same position as me in America, but is I don't know, Saudi Arabian, they would not be able to do this. And so that is like an
Yeah,
example
but
of what I would say is like the
that's
law
not
privileging.
discriminated.
Yes, it is. If you were chased away from your home and you're not able to return because the right to return is just exclusive to one group, then yeah, it's discriminatory. It's like saying, oh, heterosexual people can get married, but gay people can. But that's not discrimination against gay people. Yes, it is.
No, that's privileging. That's not discriminating. Okay. So, for example, if
There you go. There's no discrimination against gay people when they cannot marry. It's just that heterosexual couples are privileged. There's no discrimination going on. It's the same logic. Literally the same logic, which I aggressively disagree with. And actually, people use that argument.
a guy in Israel is Arab, he has the exact same rights as a
Yes,
Jewish guy.
separate equal.
So if he didn't, then that would be a restrictive ethno-state by the second definition, right? But just encouraging people from other and giving them privileges from traveling to Israel and getting citizenship just because they're Jews is not really. Like it's not.
Yes, it is. Because people that lost their homes are prohibited from returning. Definitionally.
It's not. It's a preserving the hegemony. The first definition, right, was we are preserving the hegemony. So by wanting people of Jewish descent, right, from all over the world to come to Israel and to become citizens of Israel, you are.
Oh, you've lost your home, but we cannot return because you're of the bad ethnicity. That's discriminatory. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit.
Preserving that hegemony, right? It's something
Right.
that they actively want to do.
What-
But like, why
are we not?
loading
Do we
that?
count it as discrimination if it's like, okay, some random person with no ties to Israel that is not Jewish in America can't do this? Maybe they never want to. Sure, but like the fact that I can by virtue of nothing but my ethnicity, to me that is at least positive discrimination towards me. And if for some reason this person did want to, and we both went to
Okay,
apply
are we gonna ignore the fact that there are people that have been thrown out of their homes in what is now Israel and they cannot return because they're the wrong ethnicity. That's discrimination. That's negative discrimination against them.
For this, and they would say, no, you are not this ethnicity. To me, that is discrimination. That is saying you are not this thing that we prioritize as this hegemonic state, as Jewish state. Therefore, no, we don't want to give you the same privileges. Like, and
that is
Well-
discrimination. Yes.
whether or not
wait
you
a
agree with
second.
that being
If
a
I-
good thing is different. But to me, that is like a very clear distinction as to who is being prioritized, who is getting more rights.
Yeah, but we just agreed that it's at the beginning. I thought that just simply prioritizing and creating conditions for preserving the hegemony without like straight up cleansing people or fucking tossing them somewhere, right? Is not really. It doesn't apply just to Israel. Like you can't just acquire citizenship in most countries easily, right? So
Yes, you can. In most countries, oh yeah, you can. The criteria is living in that country for a set amount of time. You actually can, technically speaking, acquire citizenship quite easily in most countries. If the only criteria is spending time in that country, which is the case for Poland. Right? We're gonna do this with AI as well, but criteria for getting Polish. I'm pretty sure AI can handle this. Getting Polish citizenship in 2026 generally requires legal residence 3 to 10 years, marriage to a citizen up to +2 years, or Polish ancestry. The most common paths are recognition by the voivode, residency based, or confirmation by descent. So residency based, you just spent some amount of time in Poland. Recognition as Polish citizen, most common. Fair route requires a permanent residence permit for at least 3 years, stable income, ownership of rental home. I'm sorry, but this is just nonsense. This is just a nonsensical claim.
So, for example,
but is it based on ethnic things, right? Like so, like
No,
Yeah,
it's not. It absolutely is not. Gaining citizenship, I can only speak for Poland, and Poland is one of those countries in the region of the world that Anastasia is talking about. So perfect that I happen to be a non-American person from this part of the world.
the
For example-
project is I'm Greek. I got Greek passport because I'm Greek.
Yeah.
So I traveled to Greece and they were like, "Base, you're Greek, get your passport." That's
yeah,
it.
I
So what's
understand. So
different
yeah,
with
okay.
that,
So
bro?
if we're talking specifically about acquiring citizenship, sure, it would be easier for me to get a German passport because I have a German father and I could get dual citizenship or like
Yeah.
have some sort of like land rights.
Exactly.
I think the extent to which
But it's not based on ethnicity. It's based on citizenship. If your parents had a specific citizenship, then it's easier for the children to get that citizenship. It's not based on ethnic grounds.
this is different from Israel is not just, hey, you have a parent that was born in this country, right? It's
Or had a citizenship, right?
basically ethnically based. So
My father wasn't born in Greece. So
wasn't?
Nope. So it works the exact same way. You basically have the in Greece, right? There was this big project because a lot of people, similarly to Israel, left Greece due to Turkish, wars and occupations and all that shit. So a lot of people, for example, my family back in a way back, right? They escaped occupation of Turks, and they ran to what was at the time Georgia, Russian Empire at the time.
Yeah. And guess what? A lot of people were thrown out of Israel and they cannot return.
right?
I'm
And then-
surprised Soipel will not.
A lot of people scattered in
Yeah.
Ukraine, in like Russia, and all sorts of things. Mostly because they shared similar religion, like Orthodox Christianity, and similar ties. Many people chose to run to Russian Empire at the time, right? So because of that, they started living in those places generationally. Multiple like people were born, right? And that completely different part. Then Greece became independent. They are their own country. They also returned a bunch of things, a bunch of territories. Some didn't. Obviously, we have a lot of strife between Turkey and Greece still, but it's a whole other subject, right? And they really wanted to do this to basically stimulate those Greeks, right, who left, to return to Greece now. So this is basically the exact same fucking thing, because like a bunch of Jews.
No, it's not. It's not the same thing because a bunch of Palestinians were thrown out of their homes and they just cannot return. Even though they should be treated like those Greeks by that logic. The same situation, but they cannot return. They just cannot. It's impossible for them.
Jews left, as way fucking back, but they left Israel because of the all the Arab shenanigans. So
Right.
technically, Arab people were at the time were like the colonizers, the settlers. Then Arab lived
What? I'm sorry, what the fuck?
there for so long. At the time were like the colonizers, the settlers.
Thank you very much, fake Kyle Parker, for the $50.
Then Arab people, Israel, because of the a bunch of Jews left, as way fucking back, but they left Israel because of the all the Arab shenanigans. So
Right.
technically,
I'm sorry. Were the Romans Arabic? I'm sorry. I have to Google it. Maybe I'm illiterate because Soipel just nodded. What caused the first Jewish exodus? From Israel. Babylonian conquest of Kingdom of Judah. Hmm. The Babylonians were not Arab. Fuck me.
Arab people were at the time were like the colonizers, the settlers. Then Arab lived there
What?
for so long that now it's like stupid to make the fucking to say like the Palestinians don't belong there, because obviously they do.
So why can't they return? There you go. Anastasia is very close to pointing out this discrimination of Palestinian people not being able to do the right of return.
They lived there for fucking 1,000 fucking years, right? So at this point, it's like it's a complicated subject. But the same thing here. Like my father was invited, right, to get a Greek passport essentially, just because he was ethnically Greek.
Yeah,
He didn't
so it had nothing to do with his like prior citizenship. It was literally just
No,
based on
he didn't
his like
step
yeah.
the-
No, I'm just
he didn't
clarifying. I'm not
step-
like arguing or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, honey, I'm just explaining. Yeah, that's it's exactly the same thing technically. I mean, based of the same logic even. And he went to Greece. By the way, not only he was born in little village in Georgia, but he was also never spoke Greek, because they lived in a part of the that was Turkified. So all of my family spoke Turkish instead of Greek. So he didn't even know the language, but he was still invited, and he traveled there, and he got the passport, and I now also could as his daughter, basically, right? And because my father was proved to be Greek ethnically and had the lineage, I could also get the passport. So my
So yeah,
mother
so
cannot, by the way.
oh
She
wow,
cannot.
okay. Even if
because
she's
of the
married to
ethnic-
him.
Yup. So that's like, yeah, so this is not me even saying what is your take on this. This is me just providing you that that it's
Yeah, but Palestinian people cannot do that, even though the exact same situation applies to them.
not something like extremely unique that only Israel does.
So
this.
yeah, that is actually unique to Israel. Because it denies that right to certain types of people based on their ethnicity.
So that's kind of why I'm
Whoa.
a little bit
Wacky.
miffed.
Yeah. Okay.
that
No. So
people just,
yeah, let's
yeah.
make a distinction here. So just the concept of like someone being ethnically close to whatever the majority or the historical majority of a country is, allowing them easier access makes sense to me. I don't think this is the
Yeah.
only thing that would.
Yeah, but Palestinians are denied that. That's discrimination to me.
You would need to require to be an
Mm-hmm.
ethno state. I don't think Germany doing this is like, well, I'm an ethno state because I say Germans can, have easier access to this in the same way I do. The idea, though, that it being tied more to the ethnicity for restrictions and acceptance, I think goes a little beyond that for Israel. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe we both have to look this up. Do Arab Israelis have the same privileges as someone like me, like some American non-Israeli Jew, to
No.
have this like acceptance back into the country?
No.
No.
No, the right of return does not extend to Palestinian people, for example.
Sorry, Arab Jews, not Arab Israelis. Excuse me.
Yeah, I got confused. Sorry. I believe if you're Jewish, it doesn't really matter. You can be like Ashkenazi, you be Mizrahi, which would be Arab,
Hold on, I think there is also discrimination against other types of Jewish people. Because I have notes here on that as well. Actually. I do have notes. Systemic discrimination in Israel has left Ethiopian Jewish immigrants distressed as they persist in their struggle for equal rights. Whoops. Well, there we go.
But Jewish, right? I believe I'm not 100% certain, but I never seen anything saying that they are not allowed to return to Israel from other countries, for example, like, I don't know, Lebanon or like some other in the Middle East place.
What about
right? It's not just
Palestinian
the right
people?
of return of European Jews, okay? I don't believe that it's the case. I believe if you are Jewish and you can, show it, then you have this like privilege to basically go there and acquire the citizenship and shit like that. So yeah, I don't know. As far as I'm aware, again. I never heard otherwise.
This is something I
least.
would have looked up earlier and made sure I understood exactly what is not allowed.
Yeah, but this is all...
I got a super chat. Maybe this is a clarification. This from Kilo $5. The Israeli Constitution explicitly guarantees the right to self-determine exclusively to Jewish people. Okay.
Yeah, but you can be Arab Jewish though. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think
it's the same thing I said, but I think
right,
they
you
also be considered Jewish. Yeah. So yeah, it's not like just Ashkenazi were allowed that. I don't believe that's the case. If someone has like proof otherwise, they can provide it. But I don't believe that I ever heard this. I do speak with a bunch of Israeli people who moved from Ukraine, so but I don't think that's the case. Anyway.
So I guess like what I would try to get at is the things that I have a problem with. It's not that maybe it's a little easier for certain
Okay, do they really not know about Palestinian people having a restricted right to return?
Even if I do think it's a little silly.
Oh God, they're both just, it's like the blind leading the blind.
Well, let's talk about this, by the way. Why do you think that's silly?
So like,
I'm just curious.
If a Palestinian who wasn't ethnically Jewish, let's say a Palestinian American even, to make it more close to my situation, who maybe their family, came from that area, maybe there was a diaspora, maybe they moved away, I don't know, If they want to go
Or
back
were
to
kicked out by the Israeli state.
that land and they want to, immigrate, it's harder for them, despite them having a historical context, maybe family that still lives there, a connection to that land. It's harder for them to go in than me, who has zero connection, but because my great grandpa was a certain religion and ethnicity in Europe in 1910, this gives me a right over them. That is something I think is just a silly
And
policy.
that is discriminatory against Palestinian people, by the way.
It doesn't.
Wait.
Huh?
Why it's silly? I get that you think
Right.
it's silly.
I think it's silly
you just,
because
you explained.
Right.
You
Right.
explained
It's
the
it's silly
policy, but
because
you didn't explain why
you
it's
are
silly.
you are now saying
It's
don't-
silly because there were people that had homes in Palestine and have no right to return. And it would be like, it's the exact same principle as with the Greeks.
don't really care what your connection to this place is. I'm specifically just trying to prioritize this culture, this mindset. And
That's the goal, though, right?
No, I understand that's the goal, but
Yeah, and the goal is stupid.
Yeah.
the issue I have, right? So like, this is the American-centric version, right? Like, I would never say
No, it's not the American-centric version. It's stupid no matter where you live.
we should start ideologically testing people who come in. Obviously, you want to make sure they're not like terrorists, but past that, like, if I'm an American citizen and some crazy right-wing Republican Christian nationalist is an American citizen, I would never make the argument that like either of these people should be excluded on the basis of ideology from being able to live in this country. And it seems to me that some, especially the way Israel does this, but like, Germans giving priority to people with ethnic German backgrounds to say, hey, it's easier for you to become a citizen here. Okay, like I understand this, but they're not saying, well, also you have to follow these German cultures, and even you don't even have to speak German for me to get that. For me to get like a blue card and like become a citizen once I'm there, there's
You
some
don't have
language
to speak
requirements,
Hebrew
but
to
like
get it, by the way. You don't have to. Like
Right.
all of my friends migrated to
It's
Israel.
great. Again, there were people that were thrown out of Israel, Palestinian people, and they cannot return. Let me actually let's Google. Have there been Palestinians thrown out of current day Israel with no right to return? Burp. Yes. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were expelled or fled from their homes in what is now Israel during the 1948 war, known as the Nakba, and in the 1967 war with Israel, subsequently denying them the right to return. That is discriminatory, no matter how you slice it. Thank you.
Israel without speaking a word
No,
of
sure. I'm not saying
Hebrew.
like in comparison, but I'm saying like
Mhm.
there isn't like some cultural tie, there isn't some like nationalistic tie. It's just
that's all
you
And
have
it's frustrating that Soypil cannot, for some bizarre reasons, argue that. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
this ethnicity. And so in Israel, it's like, okay, it's not just like, like the Jewish ethnicity is sort of tied to this like project of maintaining this Jewish hegemony that like is explicit in the project of what Israel is. In Germany, there's not this like, I mean, there's obviously like, the extent of like German supremacy, which is funny talking about that in comparison to
Okay,
Jews right now.
yeah.
But like, it's not like
Yes,
we need
okay.
to maintain, I don't know, Oktoberfest. We need to maintain like the German cultural practices because these things aren't like, first of all, that's not even like a countrywide thing. It's literally like based in the South. So it was a bad example. But like, it's not the mission of the country to like make sure that there is
Yeah,
a German
okay, listen,
state.
I
And if
understand
Germany
your
was
point.
to change and be malleable, like we see all these Turkish immigrants coming in, and like there's more Turkish Germans, and like Döner is now
Yeah,
considered
you
German
can
because
become a citizen if you spend enough time and meet some criteria.
like the same way burritos
Yeah, I
are
know, yeah.
American. Like this is like
Uh-huh.
the shift of countries that happen over decades that I'm okay with. I think this is fine and good, and I think preventing this is discriminatory and bad. And Israel seems to take this to an extent, or any ethno state that I would oppose is taking to an extent where it's like we need to specifically preserve something by making discriminatory laws, because if we don't, then we'll lose this thing that I understand why you value, but I don't think is morally justified to say, and that's why we're allowed to say, no, you
So
can't come here, or you have
I
to
see-
leave, that
I
sort of thing.
understand your point. I just don't think any of that is relevant in the comparison, because the goal, right, of Germany, United States, when they allow people to migrate or to get citizenship or otherwise, is not to preserve the culture and the ethnicity as a hegemonic majority. So
It's-
we are returning. Israel's is. So
Okay.
we are now returning to this sort of like actually important difference. But I
Yeah.
thought at the beginning that we agreed that there's nothing particularly heinous or like super duper unique to wanting to preserve the hegemony. Because if you ask,
Yes, there is actually. There is something pretty heinous and bad about it actually.
any Polish person, any Ukrainian person right now, obviously, any Italian, whatever the fuck person, they will all say, Korean, Japanese, whatever, they will all say unanimously that that's something they care about.
No, I don't care about that at all. I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't. Maybe I'm just an American at heart, but I just don't. I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't care about the ethnic makeup of Poland. My mom doesn't care about it either. I don't care. I don't care about preserving some majority quota of ethnic makeup.
Preserving the
I don't know.
hegemony.
Maybe I said something that alluded to this, but in my opinion, like I don't agree
No.
with this. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand prioritizing and liking the concept of like, hey, we all speak this language and share this culture. What I mean, like, there's always
That's
going to be
America brain,
distinction.
though.
Right, sure, but like, I don't think makes sense for me to say, like, immigration restriction. I'm not like an open borders policy.
I guess I have America brain. I literally, I guess I have America brain. Just here to watch a trash fire has. Yep, I don't care about the thing majority in Australia or the Philippines either. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I guess I have an American brain.
Person. Like I understand like you need not because of like an ethnic reason, but it's just like if there was this free flowing immigration completely unrestricted on any aspect, this is going to cause huge economic shocks. There might be like disasters and like the welfare state or whatever like can't compensate, like the hospitals can't compensate, like you need something to control and understand like the economics and
Yeah.
inflow and outflow. But if someone wants to come here, whether they're let's not use America. Let's say Germany, right? Because this is good. This is more, more of a German-centric thing.
Why
It's
not use Poland? Poland is the best example.
like this white or America. Anyone can be American. Can anyone
Yeah,
be
America
German?
doesn't work with this comparison. Let's go with Germany.
So,
yeah.
so in Germany, where I lived for a few years, like I'm okay with the concept of anyone can be German, even if they are, Turkish or
Also,
they're
yeah, anybody can be Polish.
Syrian or Muslim.
Yeah, me
The
too. I'm
concept of
also
someone
okay with
coming
that,
in
yeah.
here and like having some ideology that's completely antithetical to the hegemonic everyone's cold and they're very efficient and punctual, but like I don't think that's the requirement or should be a requirement, right? And I don't like the idea of restricting people from being able to have that freedom of movement just because they're not the
wait,
right
wait a
thing.
second.
Does that make sense?
You know that
Yep.
the current Germany is like absolutely ass-pained about how many immigrants there are now. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
I'm
That-
aware. I
that's-
lived there like
yeah,
very
yeah,
recently.
Yeah, I know that right-wing populists hate immigration, but that's not an argument.
Yeah, and that's
I know
that's
that there's a lot of fear mongering about immigration, but that's not an argument.
I don't
reason
like
why. I am super cool with the idea of people coming in, with other countries, from other cultures, other religions and shit like that. Only if they sort of assimilate,
No.
Only if they.
I hate the idea of assimilation. Assimilation is a horrible concept, and I hate it. I can get behind integration. I definitely can get behind that, but the idea of assimilation revolts me.
Become part of this country, but
Why?
if someone said like because I want to preserve this culture, I don't want to become fucking Polish.
Also, there's no such thing as preserving a culture. There's no such thing as preserving a culture. Culture shifts, changes, and mixes all the time. Cultures are living things. There's no such thing as preserving a culture.
I don't want to. I like to be Ukrainian, right?
So you,
One Nation party is bringing MAGA politics to Australia, and they always bring up cultural assimilation.
this is like getting into the
I hate it when Aussies tell me I've assimilated to Australian culture, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
the distinction here, where it's like I don't have an issue with 10 million people from a completely different culture changing
make
the
an
way the
example
makeup
with
of this
America.
country. Right?
Let's make America. Okay, so let's say how many millions of people you have.
Let's make America great again. I hate it when Aussies tell me I've assimilated to Australian culture, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? True. I'm gonna be honest, assimilation is a nonsensical concept to me.
I'm not sure exactly, but I think quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of people in the United States. They know the exact how many millions are there.
Like 340 or 50.
Forget. My God, that's a lot. Forget millions. Okay, let's say 60% of people come around now, and they are not, and they are, let's say, they are, I don't know, Sharia law Muslims.
Sure. Yeah, this is like the main argument, by the way, like for people in Germany or the UK, where it's like,
Sharia law Muslims. Apparently, there's a lot of misconception and complete bullshittery around what Sharia even means. Apparently, to a lot of people, it just means I respect my mom or something like that. Some religious guidance kind of stuff.
Oh,
we have to restrict these people because they're going to make our country into what we don't want it to be, right?
Yes, yeah, and it doesn't even have to be fucking like Sharia Muslims, for example. Polish people, I quite like them. I've been in Poland. We are allies in many things, right? But they are extremely conservative compared to us. They are super religious, super duper compared to us, So Catholics, but it doesn't have to be like, I don't really care, like Arab, whatever the fuck, super religious Christian. For me, it doesn't really make that difference. So do I want them here to vote for people who would be making those values prominent in my country? I don't. So yeah, so that's like, is that racist? I guess
Okay, now we're getting into some really wacky stuff. Like Polish people have this inherent conservatism to them. So they were in Ukraine, they would vote for that. That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
the Poles?
Yeah.
No,
Why
it's not. Because it's about their ideology, about their political beliefs. I don't care. They're ethnically Polish, but I don't care. That doesn't matter to me. Who cares? But I care that they will completely change the culture and the nature of this country. They will make it Polish. If I wanted to live in Poland, I would live in Poland. If I wanted to live in Germany, I would live in Germany.
No, that's stupid.
This is a hypothetical. I don't know if we can, like, it's unfalsifiable. Let's say if Israel realized there was a huge contingent of anti-Israel nationalism American Jews that formed a movement to do birthright at the same time.
Like, I'm sorry, there are 10% of the Polish population is now. There, like, I'm pretty sure that the amount of Ukrainian people that are in Poland has reached 10%, and Poland is still Poland. Like, I hate this argumentation because it just hinges on Grzegorz Braun's stop Ukrainization of Poland. It's not happening. That's not how that works. None of it is how that works. And also, Polish and Ukrainian people are not that different. I hate to break it to anybody, but Polish people are not inherently all that more conservative than Ukrainian people.
Take advantage of this system and then change the policies of Israel to accept more, Arabs in, or to like get rid of the ethnic policies, do you think they'd stop birthright?
I mean, I'm not Israeli, so I don't know, but I would imagine. Like, for example, if I wouldn't, for example, would I, for example, prefer, let's say this, like hypothetical, or like this close to reality, right? One of my close friends is, who is a volunteer as well as me, is Faik. He's Azerbaijani. He was born like me in,
it's
in
just
Kharkiv,
silly.
but he's Muslim and he's Azerbaijani, and quite different.
Literally, there are many, many Ukrainian people in Poland, and Poland did not become Ukraine. Somehow.
Like in terms of appearance and in terms of like culture, in terms of traditions, his views, religious, all of that. He's not some like super duper crazy like Islamic fundamentalist guy, but he's quite in there, like Allah, go Allah, right? So do I have more problem with him? Or will I have a problem? No, I have zero problem with him, by the way. Or will I have a problem with a Ukrainian, let's say, ethnically, right? Who like speaks Ukrainian, it looks Ukrainian, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But they are extremely pro-Russian, fucking Putinoid. Do I want Faik or that guy? Obviously Faik, right? So that's not really a question of ethnicity in that sense.
Yeah,
so
it's
I
ideology.
would imagine...
Because to be clear, I don't think you're like some hyper racist. Like clearly, you're like, I don't care if they're ethnically Polish. If they want to immigrate and do what my country's culture is, I would like that. So they could be Arab, they could be Polish. And I appreciate that. I understand. It's like you value, like when I'm in Germany and it's like, okay, hey, we have this cultural mindset.
By the way, just before you say anything, I am quite soy.
You're quite soy?
I'm
like you're not nearly so like hardline on this. Yeah, no, don't worry. I've met a lot of right wingers in these places.
Just the hair should like kind of like may explain it. Like I'm not exactly like just for everyone there. Like I'm there's a lot of people in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, in like all sorts of countries that do care more about ethnicity. For sure, like than me. So I'm not speaking for
I don't care about ethnicity
everyone here. I'm just saying that I'm not particularly interested in ethnicity, but I can understand the argument there, and that's why I'm basically arguing, quote unquote. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to get at is like, I am very sympathetic to this argument. So if I'm in Germany, they don't have turnstiles on the subways because there isn't this cultural need to prevent people from getting to the subway without paying. There is a idea, this social cohesion that we need to pay for the subway. Now, don't be wrong, people still...
So again, right now, apparently in 2026, Ukrainian in 2023, it was 8%. It fell to 2 to 3%. But 8% was a lot. Okay? And it's just... Hold on. And Poland never changed into something else, right? In Poland. Ridiculous.
There's literally signs everywhere that you have to check these people. People still, Germans, immigrants,
Germany
they will steal. But for the most
Mm-hmm.
part, they understand, hey, wait a minute. We should pay for the subway because not only is it the right thing to do, but that's how the subway's funded. We should all do this. And the idea of like, what if we made half the country not believe that is very annoying. I want people who come into Germany to have that mindset, to assimilate into that mindset of like, we're all in this together. We all need to contribute to the same project. So I support assimilation. There's all these great policies of like, hey, here's free language courses for immigrants. Here are like cultural courses for immigrants. Here's how we promote German culture. I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is taking a look at who the people coming into the country are and saying, well, you're ethnically German by some standard, and you're not. And so maybe making some sort of like discriminatory policy. I know we already agreed, like, yeah, obviously, like it makes more sense to have the ethnic Germans come to Germany if they have some history, but because you can't measure the ideology of what an ethnic German or an ethnic Jew or an ethnic Ukrainian, really this as a
No, you
litmus.
can. Culture, ideology, values, you can measure those.
No, you cannot.
Right.
No, you cannot. You absolutely cannot. You cannot. It's impossible. It's actually impossible because one culture has so many elements, then you could easily make, oh, you know this, but you don't know that. Well, then I guess you don't take all. No, you cannot measure that, actually.
Yeah.
But
That kinda
ultimately,
matter.
like, there's
I'm
so
sorry, but you can even make an argument that culturally there's a difference between Western Ukrainians and Eastern Ukrainians because of historical reasons. It's not just one blob. And people are different within a single country in many aspects. So no, you actually cannot just measure that. People are not as culturally homogeneous even within a single country as one might think.
Not to
variance
Americans,
in this that I
they
would
do matter.
Huh?
Not to Americans apparently, but they do matter,
They do.
Yeah, I don't.
And there's obviously
it's
it's
just-
more likely that someone with the ethnic background or parents from that country are going to have something to do with that. But in my eyes, there's
Hold on. Hold on. I have to do something real quick. Here you go. So no.
so much variation here that the idea of like restricting certain peoples on ethnicities for immigration
It's silly.
is getting to it an uncomfortable concept of why don't we just let anyone who wants to make a life here make a life here, to the extent
It's
to which
America.
our system can handle it.
That's also Poland. You can go into the country. If you spend enough years in Poland, you can get a citizenship. So that's not just America.
And promote them
Oh my
in as many ways as we can to assimilate into our culture, but not discriminate against people who are not, ethnically
It's
tied or have
America,
some
you
weird
it.
right of
You already
return.
have a
Like,
country like that. Not everyone needs to be like you. That's
No, it's not just America. No. I'm sorry. In Poland you can hold high office in the land no matter what ethnicity you are. It's silly. Come on. Please.
America. We don't have that.
Sure.
So that's fine.
Doesn't Ukraine? Wait, hold on. Okay, let's put that to the test. Okay? Criteria to get citizenship in Ukraine. As of 2026, obtaining Ukrainian citizenship involves naturalization, 5 years legal residency, territorial origin, descent, or marriage. core requirements, legal residency. Oh, hold on. Do you need to pass a language exam in Poland to get citizenship? Yes, for most Polish speaking Polish language exam, B level or higher. B level is fine. So you just have to be able to function in Poland in everyday life to get a citizenship.
I don't think that every single
And it seems it's the same in Ukraine.
country who doesn't have this mindset is evil. Okay, that's my whole point. Like you can't.
I didn't say they're evil, to be
say-
clear. I just don't.
Yeah,
I don't like
but-
that.
I mean, you do. I mean, I understand. I don't like many things about Americans. Like, I think your free speech shit is stupid as fuck.
Okay.
No, I think it's evil. Okay, I think ethno statism is evil. There you go. And I do also think that the free speech thing in America is stupid. Yes.
No, but what can I do? You know, it's not my right to like dictate how it should be. Because like if your only statement is I don't like it, we don't have any problem with each other then. You know, I don't like many things. Like that's fine. You know, right? You don't have to like fuck all really if you
So
don't.
again, conversation's over then.
But it's just that I imagine when you make a statement like that, when you criticize, right, Israel about that whole thing, you're making
Yeah,
it
I do, and I will continue to.
as something like it should change, and like I don't think that's good morally, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
just I don't.
I mean, technically speaking, Soipil has the right to say that because Soipil is Jewish, and according to Israel, Soipil is Israeli, basically, and me, for that matter. So, actually, we do have that right to say that it should change because citizens of their own country have the right to criticize how it functions. Checkmate, loophole. Oh, snap.
So like
Agree
it's
with it, right?
prescription. It's like I don't
Yeah,
think this is morally right to do. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, and he has the right to do it because of the reasons that I've laid down.
because you are prescribing the judgment like that, that's where it comes like my problem. Because
Why? Why would it be a problem? Technically speaking, Soipil is Israeli, so he should be able to. Absolutely, he should be able to criticize Incup. You should vote at the next Israeli election then. No.
like if you just simply say I think our system is better and I appreciate it more and I like it and I don't like that shit and I don't want it, that's fine. But also like consider this, it's like a non-American perspective for you, I guess, just something to think about,
What about my un-American perspective?
is that you are, I don't want to be extremely soy, okay, it's gonna sound very soy, but I'm on the Soy Pill channel, so who cares at the end of the day.
Don't worry, it's not an
it
insult here.
will, yeah, it will be very soy, but like it stinks of privilege to me.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does not stink of privilege. I'm sorry, it is. Americans often actually do, Westerners a lot of the time do say a lot of privileged crap, but that ain't it, sister. No, that's not that time. Glitchmaster said, wow, Lucy, against my God-given right to scream the N-word. Free speech.
So it stinks of someone who speaks of the country that never had their identity been infringed upon.
I come from a country that has had its identity infringed upon. And I'm sorry, identity and ethnicity are two completely separate things. Identity and ethnicity are two completely separate questions. I'm sorry to say. Okay? You don't have Polish ethnicity and Ukrainian ethnicity. You have Slavic ethnicity, actually. So, actually, let me see. There you go. A major ethno group. So there you go.
You speak from a country that never have been genocided, never had been colonized.
I come from a country that has been genocided. I come from a country that has been colonized. What now?
I mean, your country has been colonized by you, by
Yeah.
Americans. But you American people, right?
By the British and many other European countries.
Your American national identity was never infringed upon. Nobody tried to make you speak another language forcefully.
Well, I come from a country that happens to have experienced all of these things.
Nobody banned your language. Nobody prohibited your existence. Nobody thrown you into fucking camps and death balled you. Nobody gassed you. You know, all of that. Nobody settled you.
Nobody gassed you is a very original thing. That's nobody gassed you is not a thing that you should probably say to a Jewish person, by the way. I don't think you want to tell a Jewish person nobody has ever gassed your people, okay? I think that was a little bit overboard, okay? I don't think you want to say that. Nobody has ever put you in camps and nobody has ever... You already said that he was Jewish. What do you mean nobody has ever put your people in camps or gassed you? I don't think you want to go there. Honestly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry.
You, the way you settled the continent yourself, obviously.
Sure.
So speaking of that, you have to understand that for you, the idea of preserving your own
But yeah, I do come from a country that has experienced all those horrible atrocities, so...
core hegemonist identity is silly for two reasons. Because one, you don't really have a hegemonist identity to begin with.
Sure,
You know?
but we
So,
also have never
yeah.
had it be a threat to the same extent other countries have. Is
Yeah,
what you're saying.
but you also
Yeah, but ethnicity and identity are two separate questions again. Silly. Silly. And also identity is an ever-shifting thing. There is no homogeneous identity. It's fiction.
never really experienced what it's like to have it infringed upon. So if I were you, I would also be like, why the fuck do I need to protect this thing? Who attacks it? And
Well,
like,
that-
it's valid.
To be
Nobody
clear,
attacks it.
I am. I mean,
No, no,
I-
come on. No. This is silly.
I haven't. I have family that died in the Holocaust. I've
I mean,
you know.
I'm speaking as an
No,
American.
I know,
Jews
but I'm saying like
obviously-
Americans in
Yeah.
general, like they don't have this
Yeah.
experience. But like
Yeah.
I'm not this concept isn't like it's not like I can't grasp it. I totally understand this, but I think there's a difference between
There you go. You really should not tell a Jewish person you were never gassed because... Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
say Russians trying to come into Ukraine, change the ethnic makeup, and eliminate the culture. Literally do a genocide type like ethnic cleanse and cultural.
Yeah, but that was happened to the
White.
Jews.
Or
worse,
yeah,
though.
or doing this to Jews, right? Yeah, like which is
Sorry,
happening.
what?
Yeah, but that was happened to the
White.
Jews.
Or
worse,
yeah,
though.
or doing this to Jews, right? Yeah, like which has happened to them all over
Yeah.
for
Well,
hundreds,
that's why they
thousands
want
of
to
years.
stay. That's why
hundreds
they
and
care
thousands of
about the preservation of that hegemonist identity, because we know, all of us, I'm not like saying I'm a Jew by any means. but
No. That's... Oh God. Israel is horrible at protecting Jewish people, by the way. So that's not even a valid argument.
like I relate to that. That's why I'm speaking that way, okay? It's
Right,
not
right.
that I'm
Also, there's no homogeneous Jewish identity. There's...
saying Jews
but
had
the
the
diff-
exact same. But yeah,
difference
I
here
want to
is-
preserve Ukrainian identity, because each time we are governed by people, and we are that or aren't us.
Also, I don't have anything against preserving people's identity. I just don't care about an ethnic makeup of a people. Those are two very different questions. Those are two very different concepts.
We're getting fucked. So of course, historically, it has been the case, right? So I don't want Poles to govern. I don't want Russians to govern in Ukraine. I don't want them to be the majority, because when that's the case, we're fucked.
Wait, yeah. This is what I wanted to get at. So I think there's a big difference between like the most extreme example, which is a country using hard power like Russia is to come in, fuck with the culture, eliminate this country culturally, not maybe, like nuke it off the map, but like be like, no, like we're replacing your schools with Russian language schools, and we're replacing your kids with
I mean, that's great, but you have politicians of Ukrainian origin that hold high offices. Our Minister of Justice is of Ukrainian origin, and there's no problem.
yeah, this sort of shit. There's a big difference between that and
you're right, Glitchmaster.
People immigrating to the country that might not be part of that cultural makeup, that might not 100% buy into what most people would consider German, Polish, this sort of thing. And so it seems to me, and like maybe there's more merit to this argument in Israel. I don't know if I buy into this, but that people are afraid that if you have too many of these people, eventually there's this weird kind of like same goal as the hard power invasion thing, but then once they're kind of slipped into the government, then they're going to vote and change it themselves as this sort of like malicious thing. And to me, I don't see it that way. I don't see like, oh, these people are going to invade, subvert us, get into government, and then change our country. I see it as people with different opinions and cultures can come in, and that can mix, and they can vote differently, and that's fine. And I don't think that because they're going to vote in a way or change the way that I like the country the best, that this gives me the right to say you can't be here. Does that make sense?
I mean, yes, that makes perfect sense, American sense. Like
no, it just makes sense. I'm sorry, it just makes sense. Like my friends are Polish, even though they're also Vietnamese. I don't care about their tone of their skin, their ethnicity. If they're here, they're Polish.
It's very very.
Their mom does not speak Polish in the slightest. Okay, not in the slightest. She speaks a bit of Polish, but she's still welcome here, right?
Dude, but I am so envious, dude.
Or there, because I'm in Ukraine now.
I want to be you. I want to be you so bad. I want to live in a country when I'm not threatened, and I don't have to assess fucking threats every 5 seconds to the very existence of our nation. That's very cool. I want that.
This is the bombed versus the unbombed, right? I'm an unbombed.
Yes. I mean, I understand 100%. By the way, despite memeing, where that comes from.
Okay, that has nothing to do with ethnicity.
Like I am not like saying that your logic is like some sort of that is stupid, or it's not. It applies to your country. So that's why when I hear like white nationalists, quote unquote, whatever the fuck they are in the Americas, or when they speak about like let's return to the country as it was, and I'm like, what? Like English, German, Irish, French, Italian?
Yeah. That, like mixing all these white things together. Yeah. And
to me that's funny, obviously, and to most Europeans.
But it's the same
right?
logic, right?
Yeah, I mean, not really. Like, it just doesn't apply to United States. That's why.
Except the United States started out by privileging Anglo-Saxons in particular. Right? That's why Polish people were not considered white, for example, in America.
You're not.
It doesn't, because white as a concept is a silly kind of thing that we made up to conflate all these things and use it to make out groups of like, you're black, you're Mexican, you're not white, even though if you try
actually white was Anglo-Saxon at the beginning of the United States, so that's not even true.
Do this in Europe, like they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like Germans are obviously better than French, and those stinky French people.
Yeah,
like it's silly, but the logic is the same, right? These people are saying this is what I consider the American majority hegemony, and no matter how silly that definition is, they're going to use the same logic to say this is going to change, like white culture, white hegemony, white cohesion is threatened when you have Mexicans coming in and
Well, it
like
depends how many.
Indians coming in,
Depends
right?
how many. If the country is like majority, what Jews are trying to prevent in Israel, right, is to have a majority Arab country.
Oh
So if your
no,
country was a
the loner box argument.
majority Arab, hardcore Sharia law, fundamental Islamist, it would change the United States. It's just not happening, I
Sure.
don't see it happening anytime soon, to be for real. Like, that you have 60% Mexicans in your country. It's just, but the right of return, for example, what the many Palestinians demand, will make it majority Arab country. And if you don't even believe that they will be ethnically cleansed, which I personally believe that they will ethnically cleanse the Jews if they are the majority, but even if you
Why? Why such a... That is such a strange assumption.
don't buy that, we don't have to talk about that at all.
Sure.
Then they will not be the majority in their own country anymore. And what kind of safety net they can possibly have then?
It doesn't. Israel already is very bad at protecting Jewish people as is. Like, there's so many groups of Jewish people that are discriminated against. Again, Ethiopian Jewish people are extremely discriminated in Israel.
And that's a
Right, right.
valid
And
concern.
this is what I'm getting at, where it's like
No, it's not a valid concern.
there could be the case where
It's
it's like,
like it's the Israel version of white replacement.
like if these people had ultimate power through voting and democracy, this would lead to some sort of genocide or something like that, and that could be a very valid
Yeah.
risk. And you'd have to assess like, how do we deal with that? But like, again, this is the same logic.
Yeah, it's
In
just white replacement logic. I'm sorry.
America with baseless, faulty, ethnic
Baseless and faulty,
origins,
though.
but that
That's
doesn't
the
matter
problem.
because ultimately it's true that the thing they want to preserve, let's say whiteness as a white majority, would be threatened by different ethnicities coming in and saying, actually, I don't think we need a white majority, right? So no matter how much I think their stupid like thing they want to preserve is just like this baseless, oh, what is even white? They are correct to say inviting people who aren't that, who will change the makeup and say, yeah, we don't want restrictive immigration laws, and we will elect a black or a Mexican or whatever president that's not this German, Irish,
Hello.
Italian thing.
Hello, Two-Bit Dork. I saw the end of this talk live. It's pretty weird. I just don't agree with Anastasia on this. I'm sorry. I just don't agree with... I think ethno-states suck. And I do come from a country that has been genocided, subjugated, colonized, and whatnot. And I still think that ethno-states suck. I don't care about the ethnic makeup of a country. I don't mind people cherishing elements of culture because there's no such as a monolithic culture. That doesn't exist. Cultures are living things. Culture always intertwine, change. That's unavoidable. You can cope about it, but that's the reality of life. Cultures are not static things that you can preserve. And I just don't care about the ethnic makeup of a country. I don't care. If Poland would become 99% black, I wouldn't care. In the slightest. Not in the slightest. You sure they don't allow brown Jewish people into bomb shelters? That's pretty messed up. Like I just don't care about ethnicity. That's not a thing that is on my mind.
That is going to get rid of the thing they want to preserve. So I don't think that's justification, whether or not the original thing is worth preserving, to restrict other people's movement and say you can't have a voice in this country, because there's so many ways I can look at all of these people
Yep.
coming in. Or in Germany,
That's why in Poland you can hold office no matter what your ethnicity or anything else is. You just can. Pretty sure we have some Vietnamese people in the Polish government.
these Turkish people coming in and assimilating and changing things just for the positive, not in a way to threaten, not in a way to like destroy what it means to be German, but as the natural consequence.
There is no static thing of what it means to be German. What it means to be German changes all the time. What it means to be Polish changes all the time. What it means to be Ukrainian changes all the time. Trying to preserve some static idea of what it means to be X is a futile effort. You're just setting up yourself for failure. That's not a thing. That is not a thing. Even within a single country, what it means to be Ukrainian, what it means to be Polish, what it means to be German means something completely different to different people living in the same country. There's no unified across the board same idea of what it means to be of a country. That just doesn't exist. There's no such thing.
Of how cultures shift and how countries develop and become new things.
It's a completely different thing, dude. It's like it's two completely different things. You're not fucking threatened. There's no valid. You can't compare two things that are similar in principle, where one argumentation is valid and the other isn't.
Okay, well, here let's pick Germany
the
then.
same.
Let's use Germany as an example, right? What do you think because this is real. This is a real sentiment. What are they trying to preserve when they say like we have too many people who are Turkish coming in, for example?
If you have like, for example, Turks, it's like a little bit cringe as well because
Oh
Turks
my
have
God.
assimilated pretty well, as far as like I know. I've been in Germany for a couple of months, and most of them aren't really,
Also, it doesn't matter. Assimilation doesn't matter because ethno-states don't care about assimilation. That is a thing that I should point out. Assimilation is antithetical to ethno-states because ethno-states don't care about the preservation of culture. They care about the preservation of ethnicity. It's in the name, ethno-state. You have to be of a certain ethnicity to be part of the nation, to be considered part of the core group, the nation, right? That's the idea behind an ethno-state, which means that no matter how you assimilate, no matter how you try, no matter how you learn the language, no matter how you respect the culture, as long as you're not of the ethnicity, you're not part of the ethno-state and you'll be cast out. So it doesn't matter. Once you introduce an idea of assimilation that anybody can come to a country and become part of that country and get a citizenship and be the German just like other Germans, you no longer have an ethno-state, definitionally. That's no longer an ethno-state. Even if the country wants to preserve German culture, demand that people assimilate if they want to be in it. They want all the Turkish people to assimilate, and they demand that that's still no longer an ethno-state because it's not a ethnically homogeneous country at that point. So that's just
committing like unhinged amount of crimes. They're not like doing anything to, they're not getting elected in the fucking German, Reichstag or anything like that. So it's not really. It's a little silly. I have always thought so because like I've been in Germany for many months and I never saw like any like even confrontations between really the Turks and the Germans or like being like Turks mostly work in like fucking, as you know, like fucking food industries and all sorts of things. And it's like if anything, it only added to the country. So with that, I'm like in agreement with you, and I do think that aggressive sentiment against migrants that isn't it's not always valid, of course, because like you ask them what do they do that is wrong.
okay.
like-
When is it valid? When is a broad aggressive sentiment against immigration valid?
That is harming the country, and they're like, who knows, they're just Turks,
Right,
It
but
comes
this
down
is
to
like
that.
we can look
Yeah,
at this with
and
the
that's
benefit of
cringe.
hindsight and say, look, they've assimilated so well. Really, we should never have had like any sort of policy restricting this or discriminating. But if you were to look at like when this started, like I want to say like pre-2010s, you would be like, well, hold on, like these people are not going to be German, and they're going to change us to like a more Turkish culture, and we need to restrict them, and we don't want them to come in here and change what it means to be German. And now being Turkish American is
Yeah, but what it means to be German is just, again, Stoipel as well as Anastasia conflate ethnicity with nationality, and those are two separate things. Okay, what it means to be German does not inform us about an ethnicity.
Is such an integral part of German culture that I'm like, this wasn't a threat insofar as it was going to destroy Germany, but it was a threat insofar as what it meant to be German didn't include being Turkish American. It didn't
They aren't
include
majority
donor, right?
though.
But I'm
They
huh?
were not just allowed in with no stops. They aren't majority. Like if they were majority, it would be fucking Turkey. So
So
like you
I
know,
guess yes, like
it's just
if we take it
it's
to the extremes of like, if we could show over the next 15 years that like Germany would go from 80 million Germans to 80 million Germans and 120 million Turks or something like this, right? It's like, oh, maybe
be
maybe
Turkey.
we ought to consider what this will make the country look like, and like, I
We
don't know
should
if that
consider
means
it
we need
now.
ethnic. No,
Everyone
well,
should consider it.
sure,
You
sure,
No, that's stupid fear mongering. No. Oh God.
should
sure. I
allow
understand this,
migration,
but
but limit it.
well, yeah, but limit it based on what? The fact that they're Turkish, or the fact that like you think that
In
Turkish people.
general. You can't just fucking have like, hey, come on in. You know, it's just it's not you
I'm
yourself
sorry,
said
that has been the thing for hundreds of years, and it has never led to the catastrophic things that Anastasia is talking about here. That has been the reality of people in up until World War One, even because you still had many peoples living in Europe uh, prior to the existence of nation states. Like people, Europe was not homogeneous. You had many different people living in many different places in Europe. And during World War One, you had this massive ethnic cleansing, which homogenized things a bit. But it's just nonsense.
that you have to have reasonable borders. You're not an open borders guy, so
Yeah.
you can't have a country if you don't have a fucking border. So
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I'm sorry, but border control, as we understand it now, is an invention of the nation state, and countries existed as countries before the nation state. So that's silly. That is a silly thing to say that you cannot have a country without border patrol. Did countries not exist before nation states? The answer is yes, they existed. Countries existed before nation states. So that's just a silly thing to say. Without border patrol, you cannot have a country. Yes, we can. You absolutely can.
yeah, it's just you know it's just it defines the country, the border, right, in some sense, and it's just yeah, it's just
Yes, the borders do define a country, but that does not follow that you have the border patrol in the same sense that you have today. Again, border control is not something that existed throughout time.
we are now talking about immigration, which I don't think we should be even like talking about. We're talking more about like I think you're kind of like conflating the idea of preserving the ethnic hegemony with the idea of not allowing migrants. So I'm not against not allowing migrants, but I'm certainly against allowing like millions bajillions of them, you know?
Well,
And I
yeah,
don't
and
think
me
that's
too,
wrong.
but not really
Yeah.
on the basis of
There you
ethnicity
go.
or like lack of German ethnicity.
There you go. God damn it. Just people should learn about these things. Yes, the current style of border patrol is a direct product of modern nation state, evolving from its 19th to 20th century origin into a formalized mechanism for enforcing territorial sovereignty, national identity, and security. The U.S. Border Patrol, specifically established in 1924, reflects this by transitioning from a simple territory marking to a specialized militarized force designed to control the movement of people and goods. Okay. I'm sorry. It's just God. I'm getting frustrated.
Right? It would be because like, hey, this is going to cause economic and like structural shocks,
Yeah,
infrastructure
but like,
shocks that we
why
couldn't deal
not?
with,
Like,
right?
if you have like some magical Germans living somewhere, it's not really the case. But if you have like I don't know, million Germans that escaped Germany, so something like if that was
Yeah.
the case, right?
In
Not
Argentina or something, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like to not the Nazi shit, but like even that, for example, like for example, you had like it's just Germany is also mostly the aggressor. That's the problem.
Yeah, in that
That's why we
case.
are so. It's also mostly imperialist country. So, for example, let's say like you have a I don't know like American. If you didn't nuke all the fucking most of the Native American people, for example, if they didn't die out of the disease and like all sorts of shit that happened, right? If for example they ended up escaping, like let's say Jews did back in the day from the Jewish kingdom, and then you like build your own shit here, you live here like as Americans for generations, and then at one day, you know, native people are like, hey, maybe we should like you know go back to our ancestral place, right? And they, for example,
Oh,
lived I
wait,
don't
one
know
sec. Sorry,
silly
you cut out for me after ancestral. Can you start over? My bad. This is a thing on mine.
ancestral.
And yeah, the ancestral land of the Native Americans. Yeah.
The incestuous land.
Ancestral, similar words now that I think about it. Anyway,
Mhm.
point is that they, for example, let's imagine some silly situation that they live in like France, I don't know, Germany, I don't know, Denmark or some shit, and then they all like, hey, you like, let's return, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's just it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, but the problem is that native peoples were not just a single group called the native peoples. They were many different groups. Okay.
Because like they used to be there and you like you nuked them and now they want to return.
Sure.
So that's a completely different thing. And like for
Yeah,
example,
like the Palestinians that are denied that right of return. Yeah, you're starting to get it. Kind of. Yeah.
that's not the same. That's kind of what happened with the Jews, right? So the locals didn't want them there. Now they were like, "What? Who the fuck are those like European Jewish fucking people that are coming in here? Like it's you know we live here, but you know it's not the same thing as it's just random assholes trying to fucking mass migrate to your country, right? Though native people would be native people you run by getting
Random asshole trying to mass migrate. Nobody just tries to mass migrate. Let's also get the context right of the mass migration. Okay, mass migration usually happens when there's a crisis of instability happening at home, and you know what? The West actually creates a lot of that instability and crisis situations which force mass migration. I kind of think that it's worth mentioning when discussing the whole topic of, you know, mass migration and replacement and all that other bullshit fear-mongering. I just saying, a lot of these things when it comes to mass migration is West creates problem, West complains about repercussions. There you go. I've said it. I have said it.
them the fuck out of here, right? And they now want to return, but they're native there, right? They have
Yeah.
the right in a way
Well,
because
well,
they,
hold on, I
it's
mean,
not
like,
the same.
I don't even know if I would draw this distinction, but this is kind of like getting to the heart of it, where like, not only would Israel not allow people who are not Jewish or like restrict it to like more Jewish immigration, but even the people that might have some sort of claim over the land, those like Palestinians,
Yeah, they're not being allowed.
also not
Okay.
allowed, right? And,
Yeah,
and it's not just because they're not
describing that.
Jewish; it's because of
Would
this
you
like
think
kind of
Americans would just allow all those like French native Americans, English Native Americans, Irish Native American, Polish Native Americans just to drop by like by millions?
I
No.
don't know what this would look. Whether or not they allow them is probably not. But I mean, obviously we haven't. But like the way that we kind of
So I guess Anastasia's argument is that Jewish people should not have been allowed to form Israel to begin with. Right? Is that the argument?
We've dealt with Native
I mean,
Americans
it's not real
with these.
situation, but it's yeah,
Right.
they're
But like
they're not.
the way that we dealt with it, with like reservations and like reparations, like I don't know if
So,
I'm happy with like the results of how we've like kind of kept this like weird like separate
whoa.
but
No,
equal, or like you can use
I
casinos to
definitely
like
don't
generate
think.
revenue,
Yeah,
like
I don't think that's a great system you have going on there. Don't get me wrong. I just brought this example up because it like makes more sense in terms of like original people had to leave due to like genocide or like colonization or whatever the fuck, and now they return. It's
right.
still I bet you fucking most Americans will not be like, well, sure, like bring like fucking I don't know 50 million of those guys back. Like no, probably not.
No,
Like
but would you
and
support then like some sort of filtered system where
No.
like it's limited? Let's say this, like Germany is like, look, we realize we fucked over maybe this was the Dutch, but let's just say some country in Africa, whichever one they fucked up, and it's like, look, we want to say that you want to make a better life for yourself. Maybe you want to take advantage of the first world privileges that Germany has, some of which that were acquired through us fucking over your country. So we're gonna have a funnel that's restrictive insofar as like, yeah, we're not gonna like maximize this, but we're gonna give you like paths to like come here. And it doesn't matter if you're ethnically German, it doesn't matter like what your ideology is, like you get this opportunity to make a better life for yourself here, and we're gonna not make it so like the entirety of this country comes in, but here you go, here's a pipeline. Like I would support that. And I think that doing the opposite of that, which is to say, I don't care what happened to you, you are not allowed to come here unless there's like some specific ethnic thing that you have attached to your history, or if like I can 100% be certain that you're going to assimilate. I don't think that's a fair thing to do. I'm morally opposed to the idea of like ideologically
Yeah.
restricting this. I understand like in the
I mean,
extremes of tens of hundreds of millions, like yes, okay, maybe this would be some crazy and like invasion type thing, but for the most part this is not how like immigration works, and restricting it on that basis to me is just
Really.
doesn't, it's
I
not
mean, you can get a
justified.
citizenship you can get citizenship in most countries, right?
Yeah.
By following the fucking rules and shit like that, making it easier for something of that shares your ethnic
I'll be right back.
background
I
is
have to
not
go
the
to the
same as
toilet.
not allowing anyone else.
Consider donating and subscribing and, joining my page, lucyhaza.org/live. Also, I've been working on the history mini essay, so I'll be releasing that on Patreon this weekend. I have made a little announcement about it. It's all cool. It's all good. I think you'll be impressed. I think you'll like it. So consider doing all these nice things. Okay? Be right back. I'm back.
So the restrictions could be more tense, right? Can be very, very, very difficult to
To
get a
me,
citizenship in the
that's some
country, or it can be
bullshit.
like relatively easy. As far as I know, getting an American one is not easy. Unless you're like an exceptional fucking person or whatever the fuck, right? And it's just yeah, so it's not like, you know, like I said, we just moved so far away from like the whole ethno state thing now. I feel like we're mostly
Okay, yeah.
talking
If you want
about
to
like
recenter it,
yeah, immigration and shit like that. But yeah, my main thing is like sometimes it's like you have to look at it from the validity perspective, like
there is no validity to ethno states. I'm sorry, you would no. There's no validity to ethno
how
states.
valid is the idea, right? And is it immoral to want to preserve your ethnic hegemony? And
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think just by itself, it's not.
Yes, it is. Because it means that people that have lived in a certain place, even if they have history of living there for hundreds of years, are still lesser than because they're not considered part of the hegemonic ethnicity. No, that idea is bullshit.
So we can make
it's not
examples. For
immoral
example, like,
inherently.
Yes, it is. I'll go there. Yes, it is inherently immoral.
yeah, for example, you can make a example.
Yes, it is. If you have Germans living in Central Europe for hundreds upon hundreds of years, but suddenly they become exclusion, like excluded from a country or a nation because they're not the right ethnicity, you know, the majority ethnicity, then that's just bullshit. So thank you very much, Glitchmaster, for the $50. Hope this helps. Thank you so much. Just here to watch a trash fire says the ethnocentrism is of the charts this era. Yeah. Like I don't, yeah, it's inherently immoral. I'm gonna say it. Ethno states are in fact inherently, actually I'm pretty sure ethno states are also a direct product of nation states. Are ethno states a product of nation? Yes, ethno-states can be considered a specialized extreme product of subset of the broader nation state. There you go. All that's bad in the world is a product of the nation state, unfortunately.
That was done objectively quite immorally would be like, for example, Ottoman Empire at the end of it, right? It was clear that the empire was like sort of collapsing. Everyone was pretty fucking distraught about that. Then you lose World War I, and you know it's a shit show. And they decide, the nationalist movement then came to power in Turkey called Young Turks. Hilariously enough, I don't know why the fuck they named themselves that. The Hassan's uncle organization, but whatever the fuck. So the Young Turks basically did make that claim of a very, very, very restrictive ethno-state because they said that the Armenians and the Greeks are by default traitors.
There were more people. There were more than just the Greeks and the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire.
And they cannot be trusted because they are non-Turks and non-Muslim.
Right. And double checking, this is an example of this was done in a bad way.
Yes.
Okay.
It's always done in a bad way. I can find no examples of ethno-states done being in a good way. I would sincerely like to be given an example of an ethno-state that is done in a good way. You'll not. No. I'm sorry, no.
Yes. So they decided that fuck those people. They cannot be trusted. They based it sort of like of a semi-real thing, like with the bankers and Jewish thing, you know? People base it like of reality a little bit, but they twist it. Because, for example, there were a lot of Armenians who wanted to assist Russia, wanted to collaborate with like Russian Empire during the war between.
No, fuck me. That's not what happened. It's just that Russia had Armenian citizens within its borders, and the Ottoman Empire also had Armenian citizens within its borders. So they both fought on the side of the respective countries in the military.
Turkish Empire and Russian Empire, right? So it's not like out of nowhere, but the Young Turks
Yes, it is. In the sense that it's just, yes, it is.
pointed, look, those people, all of them, right? All of the Armenians here, all of the Greek people here, they are treacherous and they assisted the enemy, and they are not to be part of us because we need to preserve ourselves, and to do that, we need to be, Turks and Muslims, essentially, right?
Right.
So their
Well, hold on,
decision
wait.
was to.
This is. I think maybe we can get to the heart of this and like back up and like look at a super bird's eye view. Do you think it's okay to treat every member of a certain population or an out group, every out group that is not the in group, the same with the same prescriptions, no matter if there are some portion of that out group that does something you don't like? Because that's the
No, it's not okay. No.
thing I'm
No,
principally opposed
Generally,
to.
no. Yeah, generally no, of course. Yeah, especially because that has been used historically, right, to do that generalization thing and just genocide people. For example, like Stalin declared all Crimean Tatars to be Nazi collaborators. That was not true.
Right.
And in fact, the opposite was true. Most of them were in the Red Army, right? But he used that to declare them
Of course.
basically
Polish people caused the Holodomor, and then 200,000 Polish people in the USSR were killed. Of course, we all know this kind of thing happened, yeah. It is known.
Rada to declare them the treacherous nation, and what's done is that they were completely removed
Sorry,
from
what did you
Crimea,
say?
the treacherous nation. Use that to declare them basically non grata, to declare
no,
them
good.
the treacherous nation, and what's done is that they were completely removed from Crimea
Yeah.
entirely, basically.
And so the way I'm
And,
looking at this is like, okay,
Yeah, so that's
I-
never a good
if
thing.
you look
but-
at mass,
yeah.
okay, millions of people coming in, and this could potentially cause shocks. This could potentially change the makeup in such significant ways that, like, if this happened in a short period of time, this could be some insane thing happening. Like, I understand that risk, and like saying, like, how do we make some sort of pipeline for this and compensate for this? But when I look at any country that says you are not this, or you are this specific ethnicity, which is not this ethnicity, and because we have a fear of what if a bunch of these people came, or if even like what the ideology of your specific ethnicity is, you can't do something. That's what I have a problem with. You as an individual
like,
can't come here.
with the Turkish example, right? With the Turkish example, why I even brought it up was because that they didn't have the legitimate reason, first of all, and second of all, their answer
What?
was to destroy, to basically expel and kill
There is
the
never a
minority.
legitimate reason.
They were already the majority. You see the difference there? They were already the biggest, most powerful group, Turks, in Ottoman Empire, right? There was already majority Muslim, with like Turks and Arabs being two main groups in Ottoman Empire, right? So they expelled and killed millions of people, Greek and Armenians, right, in the process, because they perceived them as a threat, but they were already the minority group. They were already the group that was underprivileged, that was second-class citizens in the Ottoman Empire. It's not the same as if Turks said, I don't want other people here because I want to be majority Turkish country.
I understand,
Do you
like
see
the
I
positive.
hate the idea of keeping a country a majority country, by the way. It's stupid. It's stupid. Sorry. It's just stupid. Also, majority Turkish, and again, this is conflating nationality and ethnicity to an uncomfortable degree.
Of pushing someone out who's already here is very
Yeah.
different from I don't want you to come
Of
here. I
course.
understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, so preserving your hegemony by, let's say, inviting people in and giving people of the same ethnicity privileged status and the ability to easily get the citizenship, for example, like my situation with the Greek, thing I brought up, is not, and also like maybe making pretty restrictive the ability of other people to get citizenship in the country, right? Is not the same
It's not
as
the
like
same, sure.
expel. Yeah. So that's like those are two things. Like one thing I would be obviously against. Anyone with some sort of sense should be
Right.
expelled.
But, like,
I think the whole giving ethnicity um, preferential treatment is stupid as well.
you and I both
It
have
is.
similar principles. Like where we draw the line is different. But again, so
Yeah,
let's
but you still haven't been able to
There's so much ignorance and incomplete lack of education on both sides of this argument.
convince me if you have a legitimate reason to preserve that hegemony. Well, for example, like let's
What are we talking about when it comes to hegemony? Ethnic hegemony? Ethnic hegemony has nothing to do with culture.
fucking
Because
abandon
there's nothing inherently there's no inherent culture baked into an ethnicity.
Israel. Fuck them, okay? Grain stealing assholes don't care.
Clip it.
But yes, abandon them, okay? But just talk, for example, like easily about Ukraine. Like I would actually make a slightly provocative question to you. For example,
There you
currently
go. Okay, let's go.
Russians are engaged with the settler company, right? So territories that they occupy, they bring Russian people there. They deport Ukrainians, and also a lot of Ukrainians just simply escape back to non-occupied Ukraine, right? And they move settlers from Russia there. And then there are and gonna be, and maybe already are, parts of Ukraine that is occupied that has now more Russians there than Ukrainians because they moved Russians there to resettle it. So like places like Melitopol, Mariupol, places like Crimea, whatever the fuck, right? And if we ever were, for example, to take it back, right? Let's say, and we take it back, and let's say I personally believe that most of those Russians will run to Russia. If I'm honest, that's like my hope, kind of, if that ever happens. But like, if let's say not, let's say they remain. And they are the fucking settlers who came there to illegally occupy territory, and they now live there for like, I don't know, 10, 15 years. And now 20 years later, we take back that place, and now we have a bunch of fucking Russians there, ethnic and otherwise citizens of Russia, right? So what do you think would you be against Ukrainians basically doing the fucking ethnic cleansing? Not killing them, obviously. I would not support that, but pushing them the fuck out back to Russia.
So can you explain like the exact
Serious question.
mechanism? So essentially, you're saying like these are companies or like groups that are hired by
15 years? We've been living there for 15 years. You know what? I would allow people that had to flee to return to their homes, first of all. And if I would be very charitable, I would give some of the Russians a choice, but most of them, I would have no problem pushing them back to Russia, actually. If they were living there for 15 years and there were colonizers, then no, I would have. There you go. There you go, but it has nothing to do with ethnicity. That is a completely different question, unrelated to a place being an ethno state. Because now we're talking about the erasure of national identity, right? We're talking on national grounds. Because technically speaking, Polish people, Russian people, Ukrainian people are all part of a broader Slavic ethnic makeup. So you cannot even make the argument on the ethnic grounds if you're being very technical about it.
the country to like it's almost like the agenda of a separate country to change the ethnic makeup and make it more Russian. Is this kind of the reason I think this is different, and I wouldn't have a problem with these people being kicked out, is
Removed,
like this isn't individuals with a wide range of opinions. This is state state
They are though.
actors.
They're just Russian. No,
They
no,
are?
they're just Russians. They're just regular Russian people. They just come around and they go there because they're stimulated by the Russia by, for example, providing them cheap prices for burned down apartments that they sort of rebuilt in Mariupol. Right? They will now be easier, cheaper for them to live there, so they can go there. Israel does that, by the way, with the fucking settlers. They, you know, the territory there would be like cheaper and things like that, right? So they come around, just regular Russian people. They just
Well, so
get
but what I
that-
mean is like this is they are being used as pawns as the agenda of a country to ethnically cleanse
We're
you.
going somewhere,
right?
yes.
So
Yes,
if you
yes.
could show me that the Mexican
But it's more than just that, because again, there are arguments to be made ethnically, but it's not about really ethnic makeup. In this case, it's about national identity and national makeup.
government was like, if we make it easy enough for Mexicans to get into California and eventually they'll infiltrate the ranks, and it doesn't
Silly.
matter that we haven't like, you know, told them what to do.
The reverse happened with right before the US-Mexican war, by the way.
Just by virtue of being Mexican, they're gonna have some allegiance to us, and suddenly now we get better tariffs and better, you know, and like eventually we'll be able to make California secede. Like I'd say, okay, well hold on, now we're not discriminating
Yes, we get
just
it
on their
somewhere. We get it
ethnicity.
somewhere, yes.
Now we're saying we are opposing a literal invasion from a state acting, you know, agenda, and we have to do something about that. And
Yeah,
I
but
do-
that's not the same as being. That's a completely different question from ethno-states. It's a completely different conversation.
think that is different.
Yes,
So no.
because then they will be a legitimate threat. I mean, it's kind of silly to imagine Mexico being a legitimate threat too, but you know, the thing is that when it's a legitimate threat, it's a completely different thing, right? So, for example, do I want Russians here? For example, you said like you can't group people, right? All of them, right? But in this case, I can, because those people are a tool that the Russian state is using to assimilate, to settle, and to make the Russian be the hegemonous majority on that.
That's okay, but that's a completely different question from countries being ethno-states. It's unrelated, I would even dare say.
Territories, right?
Yeah,
So,
and this
for
is, correct me if I'm
example-
wrong, like this is like has defined parameters. Like I think like what they're doing is like a war crime, right? It's like we see that you are trying to use your people to like push other people from this country out specifically to acquire that territory, right?
In a way, like you could, they also like doing way worse things. For example, like conscripting local people like against us. That's like completely fucking deranged. It's like anti-Geneva, you know, and Roman statute behavior to basically conscript Ukrainians and occupy territories and throw them to fight us. It's like, yeah, but it's not really like basically like what I'm trying to say here is that it's not as like black and white as you make it out to be, because technically if we were to just push them out, like let's say we take, I don't know, something, Mariupol or whatever the fuck, right? We take it back. And now there are majority Russians there, the people who have been during the occupation, right, brought there, and they now live there. So they are, you know, legitimately have been living there for quite some time, right? They maybe even have, I don't know, families or whatnot during like 15, 20 years, right? And now we expel them. We like toss them the fuck out back to Russia.
Mhm.
Technically, that would be ethnic cleansing. Like by the definition, right? Because we are cleansing.
There is no actual legal definition of ethnic cleansing, just so it's clear. And I'm pretty sure that does not exist in law.
In a particular group of people of a particular background.
Sure.
Or
And I
land.
might even oppose that, right? I might say, well, maybe you could do this in such a way where if you can now
Ow.
say, like, let's say when Ukraine takes this land back and is like, look, we realize you have established lives here. You've been here 5-10 years. Maybe you were part of some like, you know, ulterior like state acting
They hate
agenda.
us. They fucking hate us, people who came here. They think we're scum and we don't deserve any land we own. So what do we do with those people? It's what they think.
Well, you
most
try
of
to
them.
integrate them and you say like, look, we're, you know,
Yeah,
this is Ukraine
suicidal.
again, but like, yeah.
No, I would expel them. I would expel them, but that's a different question from ethnic states, actually.
Think that's impossible?
Yeah, that's America talk. That's suicidal behavior. You like
In what
that's
way?
one thing I really because that's keeping
Yeah, I would expel them, but that's a different question from ethnic states, from ethno states.
Those people there. It's the recipe of having Donbass and Luhansk, of having Russia then using them for insurgents, for militia, for local conflicts that will never end. Never mind the voting.
Yeah, again, but that's not a question on ethnic ground.
Never mind that they will be then we have to give them rights then if they are part of us.
Because Russia actually treats Ukrainian Russian speakers the same way. They're not Russian, so it's not a thing that is based on ethnic grounds.
Right, we will have to give them voting rights. They will vote for pro-Russian candidates, and it's gonna be this fucking circus all over again. You know, that's a suicidal behavior. That's kind of why I fucking hate this America brain, because you ask people.
No, I understand what you're saying.
No, I just think that's a completely unrelated topic to ethno states.
Israel included, by the way. You're asking the suicide out of them.
No,
by saying
can you flip it on Israel?
I disagree.
Like say like, hey, if you're not pushing as a Palestinian, if you're not trying to push Israeli Jews out of Israel, you're suicidal, because these people, even if they are individuals with a wide spectrum of beliefs, ultimately these people are a part of an agenda from the nationalist government to have people vote people that they want into power, who are then going to get policies that will bomb Palestinians, that will take their land. Like, this logic in my eyes is now can be turned around on Israelis to say, like, yeah, Palestinians should ethnically cleanse them, because if they don't, it's suicidal, right? Like, and I don't think that's justification for kicking them all off the land.
That's I don't support Palestinians fucking having the one state with Israel. I don't. I'm a two-stater.
Well,
I think they
hold
both
on.
have
I understand because you say that would be then their prescription.
Yeah.
But like, don't you see that like my policy here would be, if Palestinians did have the right to return to, you know, integrate into Israeli society, I don't think they would be justified in kicking all these people out, because those people might or literally have voted people into power that fuck up Palestinians. I think at that point.
Wait. Can you explain? I think I lost the
okay.
The
so
thread.
Like, I'm trying to make like the one-to-one here, where you're like, you know, if we go back in, is it okay to ethnically cleanse the people who have established lives here, because those people might vote for things that are going to fuck up our culture and our peoples, right? Like you said that Ukrainians might have justification for then ethnically cleansing these Russians. I think in the short term, like especially if it's very short, like it's like, oh, these guys just got here, they're very clearly part of this like you know, a government agenda. Okay, maybe there might be some room here to just be like, okay, guys, it's been a year, we're putting you back. But when they have established lives here, and no matter how different their agendas might be, you agree that like it's Russian citizens, right? It's not state actors, and they might have tons of different agendas. And
but that's completely different. We're not talking about ethno states at this point anymore. We're talking about a completely different topic.
Open to changing their minds on things and open to assimilation. I don't think.
No. Fuck them up, big time. That's fuck them up. If they live here for 20 years, even if we take the country, like if we ever take this territory back in like 30, 20 years, and they're still there, fuck them up. You know?
I don't. Yeah, but like, so
wait, what was that?
Still there? Fuck them up. You know?
I don't. Yeah,
but
what was that?
Years, and they're still there? Fuck them up. You know?
What was that? What?
I don't. Yeah, but like, so why shouldn't the Palestinians do that? I don't think they should, but it sounds like by that logic, if the Palestinians could ever have any,
should Palestinians do what?
Like if they were to be able to have any sort of power in Israel and Israeli democracy, they should. No, it's not about they would. I'm saying should they? And it sounds like you're saying yes, they should.
Well, thing is that Israelis there are not really, you know, they didn't just come in like 10 years and occupied the fucking thing, right? It has. They have been living there.
But by the logic, it's like, look, these people are going to vote for things that fuck us up.
That's the native country. It's not like the other way around. It's the Jews who have been tossed out of the fucking place in the first place. So you're like again conflicting those two things. Like, you know,
sure. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Billion years ago.
What I'm saying is, look, there's no question that Palestinians have
By that logic, Slavic people should just take Berlin because they were thrown out by the Germanic tribes. Did you know that Berlin is a Slavic name? Like by that weird logic, then just the Slavs should just push Germans out of Berlin because they were thrown out of there 1,000 years ago or some shit.
forced off land, right? And it's like as
Yeah.
this nationalist agenda of Israel gets more and more
Slavs should return to their ancestral home of Berlin.
power, there are consequences for the Palestinian people. They lose land. A lot of them get bombed. They get pushed off of their settlements that are expanding into their territory.
Yeah, that's fucked
So
up, yeah.
by the logic
Occupation's
of what you're
fucked up,
saying in Ukraine and Russia, it would
Mhm.
seem to me that like it would be justified. And I don't agree with it. I don't want this to happen. But that if the Palestinians were somehow able to get any amount of power back from any of this land or be able to participate in the democracy, they should ethnically cleanse the Jews because it's like, oh, the Jews, if they get power, they're going to kill us
Push
and they're
them
going to take our
there,
land,
though.
right? But I
Push them
think
there.
that
They don't
Huh?
have a country. I can push Russians. I can push. We can push Russians that right settlers that came in to Russia. Where pushing Israelis to?
so the only difference here
They
is
don't
not
have another
the
country.
ethnically cleansing would be okay if, let's just say, there was like Israel too, and it's like, okay, as long as you guys all go back to Israel too,
Yeah,
then
then they would be fucking settlers that you all call them to be. That they're not. Don't tell them to return to Brooklyn. By the way, anti-Semitic as fuck. I heard you say that. You're not getting a pass. Okay?
that
even
was
though you're
that
Jews.
was in frustration of like, damn, I really
Yeah,
wish they
I'm
didn't make
joking.
Israel
Yeah.
in Israel. I wish they
Yeah.
had made it in Brooklyn. Not they should all go back now.
Yeah, you don't have. Where do you push them? To the sea, as they say.
Well, yeah,
Like,
if there's no
where
place
do
to
you put
go,
them?
I understand this, but like I don't think
Yes,
this is
they're
the
there.
determining factor as to whether or not they should do it, right? Because I don't think it's like in the scenario where they could go back to Russia, and I'm not like, oh, and if they've lived here for 20 years and there's a potential for like integration here, like we should just say fuck you, like
I mean, by the way, if there are people there, right? There are particular people.
Lucy,
I mean, it's
hello,
a messy
Fortune.
ass process. I will, I don't want to even to deal with that nonsense. It will always be messy and fucking look bad if we do that, right? That's why they settled them there as well, by the way. That's also one of the reasons, because if you want to push them out, then it will always look fucking bad, no matter how you do it, right? Especially to the gentle, fucking infantile Western mind, it would be extremely awful, and everyone would be saying, Ukraine is doing ethnic cleansing, all that dog shit, right? But a point is that there might be people like Russian people who came in there, and then they will be like, well, I want to stay here, I want to stay even if it's Ukraine, I want to, still remain in like whatever the fuck, Mariupol, Melitopol, whatever it is. But that was built on the bones of Ukrainian people that they killed or tossed out prior. And also they came to the illegally occupied territory, knowing that is occupied, to live there. They're not some like stupid ass zombies, right? They know that Russia occupied this and that used to be Ukraine. They came to Mariupol.
But again, it's a completely different question from ethno states.
Burnt to
A
crisp.
completely different
They saw that
conversation now.
during the rebuilding process that they were doing there, right? So they know exactly where they came. They know exactly that they got the apartments of the people who they killed. So should I
Completely
be
different conversation now.
super sympathetic or risk my country and the national integrity of us, the wrong side in this, to maybe toss out one or two people who would be chill if they stayed, or like a dozen of people, 100 of people? This is a calculation, nasty one that you have to make, but you have to make it. Are they worth it? Can there be people who can be chill and live there? Maybe. Like, I'm not gonna say like that all of them 100% demons, but yeah, it's just the calculation you have to make.
Right.
Yeah, but
Never
that's
mind the
I
fact
understand.
again,
I-
that's
by
a
the way,
separate
the logic isn't
topic.
lost to me at all. It's
Yeah.
just the issue I have morally with the idea of like, is if that was the only option, okay, cool. Because
Oh my god, we're conflating so many different topics. This conversation is just all over the place. Swear to God. I swear to God. Swear to God. Swear to me.
if they don't, like, Russians are going to be able to have justification when they try to come back and steal this land back in 20 years. Okay, but the fact that you're like,
Never
well,
mind,
is it
there
okay to
will be
fuck
groups
over
there.
one or two? Like, where do you draw the line of how many people who clearly are individuals am I willing to fuck over to have a more broad policy of discrimination, knowing that, like, you know, it's like, hey, I'm not going to let X amount of Mexicans into my country, because no matter how many individuals of there that would be perfectly acceptable to me if I looked at this on a case-by-case basis, ultimately, I think that they'll make my country worse if they're still here. Like, that to me is where the moral, you know, failing here of like is the utilitarian potential. Yeah.
Listen, that's why you have to look at the case-by-case sort of basis here, like, because there are so many.
The Russian thing has nothing to do with preserving an ethnic hegemony or an ethno state. It's just a completely different context, completely different situation that has nothing to do with ethno state.
Factors in, right? You can't just that's kind of why I have the problem with what you said at the end of the day. It's not that I don't see your logic or that I don't see your reasoning. I do, obviously, right? Otherwise I wouldn't be talking talk with you. But it's just that I think the main mistake you make is not your reasoning, is that you apply it to literally everything. Like, it's a maximalist, very broad position without taking into account quite a bit of a nuance, because like the example of that I brought up to you about Ukraine is not at all similar to the example of, I don't know, France randomly nuking Arabs from their country because they, you know, ethnically cleansing them to be French. Like, it's not the same, right? Those are two different things. But
right.
Like,
and like, I'm glad we had this
would
example of
say
like a
ethnically.
state agenda, right? Because that does make it a lot different.
Yes, of course it is. But it's also the people agenda. It's not just the state. Like, it's not that the Russians are like absolutely free from like, imagine yourself like a Russian like that. You live in, I don't know, some fucking bumps fucking hole in Russia, like, I don't know, Syktyvkar or some shit.
Again,
right? And
we're
now
talking about a imperialist project that has nothing to do with ethno states.
getting a proposal to live in Mariupol near the sea. The city will be rebuilt. You will get like a better apartment that you have now for much cheaper. And you're like, yeah, like they killed Ukrainians there, and it's like they steal their land and it's occupied, but like it, you know, it sounds based. Like, I will go there. So you do understand what kind of person you have to be to even make that choice. Either you are extremely poor desperate, which the case, they do use people like that in the army, unfortunately, quite a bit, and you know, or you have to be absolutely moral cunt that doesn't care, you know.
Yeah,
and
don't you think, like, instead of having a broad policy that will fuck over the people who aren't immoral, it would be okay to try to have programs and ways of assessing this and making sure a state government.
How do you assess who's lying and who's not?
It's not about lying. Like, I'm not saying we like literally have like a poll where we test their ideology, but it's like, that's why I don't support a policy. It's just, and then we'll kick them all out just in case. It's all right. Let's try to incentivize the people who have.
Okay, again, this is a completely different discussion from the topic.
Disagree with, to work with us, and then if there's people that are,
you can only do that if you are in power to do that. If you are powered up to do that, if it's not a big risk to you, right?
Yeah.
So if we had zero risk of Russians attacking us again, or like a very low risk, let's not go zero, let's go like just quite low, right? And we have we were not fighting with a country 30 times our fucking size that tried to destroy us like
again, this has nothing to do with the subject of ethno states. Nothing.
Times during our history, right? And occupied us like 5 times by now. So yeah, it's just, if we were in that position, then yes, we should maybe make moves like that. But we're not in that position, and we'll never will be. So why the fuck should I risk my people to my sovereignty, risk our nation?
Yeah, for the potential like individuals who would be good. I understand. So
like,
I guess
sad for them, but like whatever.
So
you know,
I see a question in chat that's a little more of an extreme example of a question. I want to ask, where it's like, because when you said like, I'm okay with fucking over like the 1 or 2 like non-immoral people here, but someone in chat's like, you know, like what to what extent, or like where this is maybe a little unfair, but like where is the line drawn? Like if you had to fuck over 1 million people for what you think is the sake of your country, right? If you had to fuck over like, I mean, 10 million people,
by definition here, you know, depends of how what fucking off for fucking me we mean. I don't support obviously killing them. I don't support any of that. But like, yeah. But point is, just to make it clear that I don't mean we should kill those people, but just in case. But like, yeah, it's just that they are by default already immoral because they came there. You know,
so it's not immoral like, you know, just from coming.
Yes.
Well, but like you said, like some of these people are like poor, maybe they have no other choice, and Russians are exploiting their situation. And so, like,
They don't have. They have
from their
chance.
perspective, it's
They
like, okay, I have
destroyed
nothing here.
stolen
Now I
shit.
have something. Maybe I'm the pawn of a state, but like, why should I get fucked over just because the state tried to use me to assimilate your country?
That's immoral. That's immoral. Even if you're poor, that's immoral. Yeah, sure, you're more incentivized because you're poor. I can understand that. You know, like there are some fuckers who came there like just because they're fucking assholes, basically, who'll enjoy imperialist colonialist projects because they hate Ukraine, right? And they think they have a right to us. But at the end of the day, even if I'm poor, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. They're poor. That's not the problem of my country and of my nation if they're poor in Russia and they decide to come here and steal and live on people's bones. Don't give a fuck. I have friends who saw Russians live in their apartments now. Do you imagine how that feels? You have been left, you have been tossed out, like running for your life while.
Yeah, but again, this is a separate topic from ethno states, a completely separate one. Like they can talk about Russian imperialism is a separate topic from ethno states. Lucy Duck, yeah.
Fucking neighbors.
I don't have to duck. There's no air siren at the moment. It seems like tomorrow will be calm during the Russian parade, but there's been a risk. It seems like Zelensky has signed a document that says that they will leave the Russian parade alone. The Ukraine will leave the Russian parade alone. Because there was a risk that if Ukraine disrupted the Russian parade, then Russia would just throw, I don't know, 1 billion bombs and drones on Kyiv. And I've actually been advised, hey, if Ukraine does something on the march, go to a bunker, go to a shelter. I've been told to go to a shelter if something happens. But it seems that nothing will, so. Maya Mayor says, when was the last time they talked about ethno-states and not nations? I can't tell anymore. Yeah, and it's also that not only do they conflate nations and ethnicities, they also are talking about Russian imperialism on top of that, which is a completely separate thing.
And your dog and your mom get like shot in the fucking face, and then you see fucking Russians posting Instagram videos of them posing in their apartments that used to be yours.
Yeah,
like,
and
why
to be
should
clear,
I
that's
put
why like I
them?
think the time matters.
I mean, that is what Israeli soldiers do, by the way. Interestingly enough, that is what Israeli soldiers did in Gaza. They posed in apartments that were destroyed and they made fun of people's underwear or something.
Matters, right? Like, because if you're gonna
Of course.
like say the Native Americans, you know, like, oh, I'm upset, I see the soy pill, he's on like Ohlone land right now, and it's like that used to be my ancestors, versus like 5 years ago, 3 years ago, you
Yeah,
just
like,
got here. I do
it's
think
been
these things are
couple
different.
years ago. Of course, there can be point to be made. Of course, right? There is a point to be made. I will concede that at least. That if, for example, if we didn't take it, I don't know, 100 years has passed, be quite different now. I guess in many sense.
But
Yeah,
that's the thing,
a
is like
different
there's not an
situation.
exact cutoff for this. And like this
No,
whole
there's
like
not. There's not, of course,
retributive
yeah.
like what's the word I'm looking for? Like this like back and forth, like kind of like
I mean,
revenge,
as
like
interesting as it is, it has nothing to do with the topic of ethno-states.
there.
It's a complex situation. It's a very complex situation. You can't really, for example, like I don't know how much you know about Nagorno-Karabakh with the Azerbaijan, Armenia whole situation that happened recently. That basically nobody cares, but they did toss the fuck out the fucking Armenians there now, Azerbaijani people, you know, and they have been like back and forth, and they have been fighting who is in control, who is in the majority there, based on ethnic grounds
we all
again,
know
right?
about this.
But the recent Azerbaijani took Nagorno-Karabakh, and Russia was not able, Russia as an ally of Armenia, was not able really to defend them or didn't give a fuck because they were bogged down here and they just simply didn't care basically to assist their allies, I guess. Same with Syria and, you know, Assad and shit like that. So they just tossed the people the fuck out. And like it happens, you know?
This is making me think now, like, how do I phrase this? Like, okay, so it's like, okay, obviously we already were on the presupposition that the ethnic cleansing would be bad, if like from the Palestinians doing this to Israelis. But like part of this to you is like, because they where are they pushing them back to? Versus in the Russia case, it's like, I'm pushing these Russian settlers that were actors of the state.
Just to
Like,
make
I don't think ethnically cleansing 3 million Germans was okay at the end of World War II, by the way. Just because they were pushed to Germany. Or I don't think that it was just okay for Stalin to ethnically cleanse Polish people. Just because there was a Poland to push them to. And I don't think that the Operation Vistula was okay as either.
very clear is to, if you're doing this against settler colonialist fucking invaders, that's a little bit more morally justified, to put it mildly.
so
But
you're right.
again, in the
Let me
case-
ask.
But again, this is a completely different topic from ethno-states.
I'm not prescribing this to you, but
No.
like, so Palestinians being like, okay, West Bank, Gaza, Israeli settlers, kicking them
But
out.
yeah,
back
I
into
think
Israel,
Operation
this would
Vistula was bad.
be like more
Yeah, kick
morally
those fuckers
justified.
out. Yes,
Right.
fuck
Okay.
him. I don't
Okay.
care about those guys. Like, fuck
Okay.
him up big time, actually.
But
Do
I
whatever
was
the fuck you want.
also to flip this, like,
Yeah.
where do the Palestinians go? Like, if they keep getting pushed out, right? Like, there's no Palestine to return back to. It's
That's,
not like
I don't support settlers whatsoever. I think they're a fucking legitimate target. They should be fucked big time. Israeli
right.
ones.
Well,
I mean.
what I'm saying is, like,
yeah.
from their point of view, the country of Israel is that. This is like, oh, whoop, the Jews came
Yeah,
in and made a
it's
settlement
that.
and pushed us out, and now we have nowhere to go, right?
Yeah, but that's like, first of all, it's not really quite the case in the sense that if there were not 2 million Arabs living in Israel, I would say maybe, you know? But you can get a citizenship, and they do, and they live, the non-Jews. There are 2 million people there. It's quite a bit in a small country.
Then they don't have the same rights as Jewish citizens, so that's not really a point.
This, you
Yeah,
know?
but the
So it's-
Palestinians can't do that.
I mean, you mean the one in the occupation right now?
Yeah.
Or that's the problem. That's the occupation problem. That's why Israel is fucked up in the head because of that. Not because they're fucking settler colonial Brooklyn guys, as you guys like to say, but because they have permanent occupation.
No, the 2 million also don't have the same rights. Let me see. Do the 2 million Arab Israel citizens have same rights as Jewish citizens? Face significant legal, socioeconomic, and structural discrimination. While they hold Israeli passports and serve in the Knesset, they often experience disparities in funding, housing, and job opportunities. Legal and political equality. Arab citizens can vote, run for office, and serve in the judiciary. Unlike most Jewish citizens, they are not required to serve in the IDF. Discrimination and disparities. Arab municipalities receive less government funding, and Arab citizens often face discrimination in housing and employment. The nation-state law. The law designates Israel as the national homeland of the Jewish people and downgraded Arabic from unofficial language, which is widely seen as reducing Arab citizens to second-tier status. There you go. Boom. There you go. So no, that's not an argument.
That's insanity. That shouldn't be happening. Obviously, you can't have people not be part of your country, but also not be in their own country and just permanently keeping them in a fucking limbo of endless occupation. That's where the fuckery happens, really, because it will never be resolved in any normal way unless it's just mental. Of course, they need their own state, Palestinians, but problem is that their state biologic will also be an ethno state. And you should be then opposing them, I guess,
Yeah,
because they're not
I
going to
would
be having.
if they're like, yeah, no one else can come in. But
I mean, yeah, but that's silly to oppose. That's silly. If you lived in like Palestinians had, they have dreamt about their own country, like just in a way that Ukrainians for far longer. Let's be for real. But we have been fighting to have our own country before, like Lenin, Soviet Union occupation. We had 4 or 5 years of war for our independence that we lost. And then we got, separated, partitioned by the Soviet Russia by fucking all sorts of people, Romanians and all sorts of cunts, right? And they, no offense to all my fellow Europeans, but you stabbed us in the back big time over there. But yeah, it's just it's
Stabbed
just
us in the
that
back. Whoa, this is
yeah,
Nazi rhetoric now, man.
yeah, the Polish, they fucking always do this backstab when nobody wants it, okay? But point is that they partitioned us, right? Between each other, right? Which is kind of hilarious because then Germany and Soviet Russia and Soviet Union partitioned Poland the exact same way. But what can you do, karma? Point that was wrong, obviously. I mean, I don't support destruction of Polish people by Germans and Soviets, obviously. But yeah, point is, jokes aside, right? Is that it's the situation there is that I understand the wanting to be your own nation and wanting to have your own safety net that hegemony provides in the countries like this.
We completely left the topic of ethno-states now. We have completely left the topic of ethno-states.
Because those are the countries who have been fighting to have their own fucking hegemony, their own fucking rights, their own fucking thing, because they have been discriminated and they have been prosecuted and they have been incredibly, slighted by everyone else. So that's a completely different thing. But with Jews, problem is with Israel is that both Jews and Palestinians are people like that. Okay, that's the problem. So we have two people that have been in that. With Russia, it's not the same. There are the imperialists, there are the big guy, there are the occupier. We never occupied them. Okay, we never did anything to them historically. So
if you count the Cossacks as part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which they were, and if Ukrainian people see the Cossacks as proto-Ukrainians, then technically speaking, the Cossacks took part in the sacking of Moscow by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which means that technically speaking, Ukrainian people have occupied Russians for a small amount of time in one point of history, depending on your interpretation of history. I've done it. I've done it.
So so that's a completely different things. And that's my whole idea that I want to present to you, to your Americana brain, is to look at this from a perspective of the people.
It's a completely different subject. It has nothing to do with ethno-states, so no.
Who have justified reasons to want that hegemony, because otherwise they are at the risk, and they have been historically.
No.
It's not that they made this up, It's not like this is like some idea out of nowhere.
No, I'm sorry. Russian aggression, therefore it has to be an ethno-state, is a weak argument to me.
Because, for example, like our most epic example, like comes to me right now, is Ukraine. I don't know how much you know history about this, but there was like this idea after World War I that you basically separate pieces of land to countries based of ethnic majorities. That was actually like how it was done. So you have
and it was bad. That's why Poland. That's why the Polish-Ukrainian war happened. Because Lviv was a majority Polish city.
Like ethnic majority of people in this piece of land. So this piece of land goes to this particular country.
Yeah, which is why Poland wanted Lviv and also huge parts of Lithuania.
Because so many empires collapsed. And there was so many like redistribution, right, of what is there, what piece of land goes where.
Yeah.
And they made this like rule that maybe it's a good like sort of principle to just look at the ethnic makeup of that
and that led to wars.
Region and decide to where it goes, right? So that was basically how.
We're gonna talk about Lviv now?
For example, the Poland.
There you go.
At the time, Poland, when they separated us with the Soviet Union, they decided that they want that to get that way with us. So they had like this Halichina region, right? That was, and there's other regions that were like majority like Polish.
Actually, it's more complicated than that. The whole regions were actually not majority Polish, believe it or not. A whole bunch of wider regions in that area were actually majority Ukrainian, believe it or not. It's just the bigger cities were majority Polish. But if you were to do a plebiscite, which Poland was really afraid of, which is very bizarre for a Polish person, which I am to be making this argument. But if you had a plebiscite, then overall those regions actually would be majority Ukrainian, as I understand it. But the big city centers like Lviv were majority Polish and Jewish. So it's a bit more complicated than that.
And then they decide that they will also take Volyn, which wasn't majority Polish. That was majority Ukrainian. And know what happened then? You know, I don't know if
actually
you
don't.
know about Volyn massacre, but it's like
Oh,
an
okay.
extremely nasty situation when Ukrainians basically killed the fucking Poles there later.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's like a whole other thing because Polish people were occupiers there, and they were, but they were also technically the minority. There were less number of Poles there than they were Ukrainians, right? So this whole thing with like ethnic makeups and like it gets fucking messy, obviously, because people get separated with like different groups. Multiple groups claim they have the right to that land by like ethnic or whatever nationalist principle, whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, what I'm telling you though is that it's a completely different feeling and sense here, because I, as a Ukrainian, and any single Ukrainian here, has a very legitimate reason to not be wanting to be governed, or to have or do not have a majority Ukrainian population, or do not have a state of our own that is Ukrainian.
Okay, wait,
Because
Yeah, but that's a state that is Ukrainian is completely different from having an ethno state. Those are completely two different things.
maybe
Yeah.
this can lead into kind of like the final thing that like sparked this whole conversation, which is like
yeah,
there's a very clear understanding of what you just said and like that risk. And in the same way, I don't think it's completely unfounded for people in Israel to be like, well, hold on, if these people get power, they, by your logic even, might feel justified ethnically cleansing us to make sure nothing like that ever happens to them again. So like it's not like this is lost to me, like there's no way this would ever happen. And it's like obviously in the Russian example, it's like they're literally, the state of Russia is trying to enforce this and make it happen. So it's like, okay, obviously this can and will possibly be an agenda of certain peoples. But if they don't have a place to go, and the ethnic cleansing is the only thing you can do to make sure that they don't do it back to you, what's the ultimate like it's a messy situation. This Israel-Palestine is like, I'll be the first to say it's complicated. People think it's simple, but it's complicated. And it's like, it seems to me that if you think, let's say it was a 90% risk that this is going to happen if you give these people democracy and voting rights, and like you can also apply this to
These
the
people are lost.
Russia
both of
example. Let's say
them.
Russia didn't exist, and like these Russian settlers came from some non-state of Russia, right?
that would be so good.
Okay, if that was the case, Jesus.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I understand. Like they're shahiding you
Just
every
had a
day.
pleasant
So,
thing right now. Yeah.
but it's
Yeah.
like okay. So it's like okay, we will get ethnically cleansed unless we ethnically cleanse, and this to me is still an unacceptable situation to perpetuate, because you're like, hey, you said it's bullshit about this occupation, this like permanent occupation, and keeping them in limbo because they don't have a state. Well, okay. But if the only other option is that, it seems to be, because you can't give them a state, because if you do, then this will happen. Then it's like, okay, well, so there's either perpetual ethnic cleansing by the people who have more power, or there's a potential ethnic cleansing where there's maybe, in my opinion, a possibility for some sort of integration and reconciliation. But if you don't, you're just
I apologize. Can you repeat the same? Are you cut off for like a
sure. So
couple
it seems to be the case that like you can recognize that this perpetual occupation is not an acceptable way to like live long term. And even if there is the threat that if these people had their state or their democracy or some sort of power in Israel, that this could lead to something like what Russia's trying to do in Ukraine.
Here.
If they don't have a place to go, and
I
you
don't
can't
like
just
that.
say go back to your own country, then there's either the perpetual ethnic cleansing from the people in power to say, no, you can never come into our country as a large enough group, and you can never have your own country, and we're just going to do this forever, or the other people ethnically cleanse us. And it's like, well, both of these are unacceptable to me. How do you move forward from that? If that's like you can recognize the injustice, but we can't. I'm not asking you to solve Israel-Palestine, but it's like,
yeah. I was about to say, I'm not going to be the one. Okay, not today. The Israel-Palestine will not be solved today.
Benjamin
But yeah,
Netanyahu,
the
if you're
problem-
listening, if She's got the answers.
Yeah. If you, I got the answer. But honestly, like that's kind of why I rarely ever. This is like I am actually cursed right now that I'm talking about this because I haven't spoke about Palestine and Israel publicly pretty much at all.
Yeah.
Is exactly because of this being like such a mess ass and both sides are retarded and
Yes,
also like a bunch of
some
people.
Palestinian and Israeli
Both sides are. Oh boy.
person is watching us talk like you watch like two people on Tim Pool who are not Ukrainian experts talk about the future of your country.
Yeah,
right?
I don't want to talk about this because of that, because I hate when people speak about Ukraine knowing fuck all about it, and I don't want to perpetuate that myself. So I'm
Thank
also
you.
like, I have opinions, but I don't really publicly express them. That's probably
Thank you.
the first time, and ironically, but I'm kind of doing that in a way. But
Thanks.
that's why I really wanted to bring this conversation to the ethnic state as
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a general thing that applies not just to Israel, but we ended up talking about fucking Israel, obviously, because it always happens.
Yeah, that's where it came
That's
from.
the curse. Yeah, that's why we actually need to support,
Jew,
I'm joking.
Jew.
I'm joking. Yeah, it's the Jew thing. It happens, like you can't avoid it, and unfortunately, but at the end of the day, like I personally don't really know. You spoke with Lonerbox, but who is way more educated on the subject than I ever
Oh,
be.
boy.
So congrats on that. But as far as like they go, like logically to me, like the solution would be them both having their own fucking ethno state. That would be a solution. That but problem with that,
Oh God.
of course, is that most people, as far as I know, don't really want it there. So if you
How about both of them having a state? Why does it have to be an ethno state?
ask like to average Palestinian person, I'm not sure if they support two-state solution is the problem, So I can be like this fucking Ukrainian random ass who is like, yeah, that's the best solution. But at the end of the day, like it's kind of more important what they think.
Ukraine
at the end of
is
the day,
not
because
an
it's
ethno
their
state.
their place. And I believe
Okay, I have to. Ukraine itself is not an ethno state. Ukraine is a multi-ethnic state. Oh, God.
that they are thinking of the mind that they need to have it all. That they need to have like, all of Israel basically to be Palestine, right? From the river to the sea, blah, 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 right? But if their aim was, okay, this is like completely fucked, historically a mess, like everyone has their own grievances, everyone did fucked up shit, so why don't we just, get your settlers the fuck out, back to Israel. We have like a West Bank and I don't know, and Gaza be like the fucking Palestine, and the rest would be like Israel, whatever the fuck, right? And they both like live that way. If that was
I think a
what they
majority
were,
of people like I think are opposed to one state and they do want like this sort of two-state, maybe ethno state, double state thing that you're talking about. But again,
I'm
not
not
super
sure
up to
about
date
that.
on it.
I'm not sure. I heard different things, and I'm not like gonna guarantee if that's what they want, then that's also the way to do it, unironically. But unfortunately, neither Israel nor Hamas obviously would be the people to fucking enact that thing with some sort of like flip. And also the West doesn't really help in that sense, right? By propelling whatever the fuck is going on. Like we have like
Maybe I
a
should
bunch
talk
of
to
Israel
Anastasia
Sims
about
now
this.
that are just full scale support Israel and everything they do in the face of Trump, for example, right? But we also have absolutely unhinged fucking leftoids and like a bunch of people who are basically advocating for the destruction of Israel as a state, which not gonna happen. I'm sorry. Even if you want it, it's not gonna happen. Same with Russia. Like I might want whatever the fuck I want, but it's not happening. Okay, so there's no point in.
Let me suggest this. Like, let's like back up
Yeah.
and say, like, would you agree with this prescription? Even though I know we're not going to see 100% eye to eye on this, you and I can agree that given certain provable state actions of trying to infiltrate, overthrow, or use their ethnic population to fuck your ethnic population and your sovereignty, that this could justify, even on the ethnic grounds, ethnic immigration restrictions, maybe even what would be called ethnic cleansing. Yeah.
Yeah, population transfer. You would say, but
ethnic
you
cleansing.
can't.
We can soften it with
you
words, and
can't
like I'm
do
not
it.
trying to make it seem like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
pro genocide, but
Yeah.
like you and I agree,
No,
like,
no. Yeah,
hold
I
on,
understand.
Russian state actors or companies are taking
Those are
people
different
and on an
questions.
ethnic basis and moving them into this place to subvert them and to acquire and steal that land, and that
Yeah,
should
but
be
by the way,
opposed.
they're not doing that like against the people's will, okay? It's just a suggestion. They basically make the advertisement, if
Oh,
you
sure.
will,
Like a state
of
government is
idea.
not like some absent thing.
Yeah,
People will either vote for
yeah,
them.
we're not like
I thought what is
we-
150% of the population supports Putin. So let's be clear. I mean,
I
they want
mean,
this, right?
probably not, but yeah, but yeah, quite a bit of majority does
People is being sarcastic.
either conform to
Right.
it or like lukewarm support it or just doesn't give a fuck. That's why way more honest than saying all of them like are fucking Putinoid with the saliva out of their mouth. But most of them are conformists and they kind of don't give a fuck at the end of the day. So
what I'm trying to get
yeah,
is like
that's-
there are
yeah.
extreme examples of this where you and I would agree, like especially with provable state actions and agendas, like we can
Yes.
oppose this. My,
And I
my
think
issue
Israel is
comes
such an example.
from when it's on individual bases, immigration restrictions that are going to affect people without some like definitive provable agenda, but just I'm worried about preserving what I want this country to be, and therefore you can't come here. That's where my issue lies. And so
And
I
I
understand.
understand that,
Yeah, and I understand like there is this wide spectrum
I
of
don't
like
like
what an
this
ethno state
discussion.
could technically be and what kind of policies
Yeah.
there could be. And
I
what
don't
I'm
like
principally
this
opposed to
discussion.
is for most cases, I don't think these are state actors and this is going to transform the country into some ugly, disgusting thing. And I just want to make sure that when we are implementing these policies, they're very specific in like scenarios that you've laid out to me that are like, oh yeah, this is so fucking clear what is being done here versus I'm afraid of this country changing in a way I don't like, and therefore I'm going to use it to discriminate on an ethnic basis. That's what I
Those are
want to
two
make
diff-
sure we distinguish.
Yeah. Those are very different things, and that's why I started this conversation with basically, differentiation between the two. I personally, and I think most people, to be honest, in the world, don't really. I mean, I'm not speaking, for the most people in the world, but as far as like non-America, not the West, not the New World people are quite. I don't know, most of them will say that preserving the hegemony of your country by, for example, limiting immigration is not bad at all, so I think that's just basically a statement of a fact, whereas your second version
Even that is a separate question from countries being ethno-states, but
of it, right, where
that's also a different question from the countries being ethno-states, actually. I don't think many people would say, oh yeah, I'm pro-ethno-states.
do some fucking actions that are restricting the rights of the people who are minorities, when you are prohibiting them from participating in the government, when you basically don't allow them to even represent that ethnic group, minority group in any way, like in the government, right? And then the most extreme example would be, cleansing them. So like deporting them or just, killing them straight up or whatever the fuck, right? So there's obviously like a gradient to this thing, and it's not exactly clear.
Yeah, and I
in
would
terms of
clarify,
line.
like when I think about what if 40 million of some other country came into America and would transform it, the number there doesn't matter so much to me as for this hypothetical to happen, this probably would be some like state agenda. This probably would be some like thing to
Unlikely that they just
transform.
naturally
And I think for the most part,
will
these
come
things
around.
aren't.
Yeah.
And so because they
Yeah.
aren't that, I'm uncomfortable with saying you can't be here because this is going to transform us. I don't want that sort of kind of immigration restriction. The immigration restriction should be mostly purely based not on who you are or your ethnicity, but based on can our economy handle this right now? Does it make sense to have this amount of people inflowing with this amount of people outflowing? And I'm much more comfortable with that. So.
And I also understand that, and I kind of agree with you there. But I'm just also one thing just to say is that always try to keep in mind, I guess, when you talk about the subjects publicly. If you're like a regular American person, obviously be America-centric all you like. Nobody cares, right? It's your right. But if you are a public speaker like yourself, right, who talks about things like about the political stuff, about the geopolitical stuff, then I think it's kind of normal to ask you to at least consider that non-American perspective that is, for example, like with your type
As a
of
non-American, I don't agree with this perspective.
logic, right? You're only thinking about, will it economically, for example, hurt my country? If it doesn't, if the migration is based in good and like simply basically assists my country, right, in a positive way, right, then what the fuck is the problem? And I would 100% agree with you. If that's the case, like I don't see a problem either, right? But it's just that it's a very, I am most powerful country on earth and nothing can threaten me logic. And it's also the logic of the people who are based upon idea of a nation. that isn't based out of shared ethnic background, that isn't based out of shared, one homogeneous identity. And no matter what white identitarians in the United States tell you, you're not a country that is based on a principle of a shared identity that isn't national. It is national identity to be American. America is a nation. When someone says to me, imagine an American, I can imagine a black guy, I can imagine a white guy, I can imagine a fucking Mexican, Latin American dude, or I can imagine anyone, and they're all equally American, right?
Yeah,
But
and I
in,
think
yeah,
even if they're not equally ethnic German or equally culturally German or Ukrainian or whatever, I think that it should be incumbent on the country to have a very good reason to restrict it, and I don't think it's good
Yeah.
enough to just say, if enough of these people did this, you
Yeah.
wouldn't be like us.
I mean, again, on ethnic grounds, Anna does not make the cut.
That's not that's not enough for me. And I understand the
honestly, like-
sentiment, and I understand that it's like you need to recontextualize and think about this, because that's why I had this conversation. I'm glad you brought this up, because
Yeah.
it's not, this wasn't a foreign concept to me. Like I lived in Europe for a very long time.
yeah.
But I still think it needs to like have a more strong justification.
I will
that's just where
agree.
I'm
Like, I
coming
don't think I don't think really that we disagree in that regard at all. If your like main justification, if a person comes up to you, fucking kissing or some guy, I don't know, like a guy like that, can you can go like. I don't think
So-
I ever.
Okay, that's not. I don't like this. Okay, and all countries are not ethno-states. I don't like where this is going. I don't like where this has went. Not a big fan. Okay. We're gonna play a game now. Call me and we're gonna do the thing. Call me. Where's oh yeah. Where's the paper? Oh god. My waving paper. Dr. Jones calling me? Calling me, Dr. Jones? Yeah, game. Resident Evil 6 to be exact, with Dr. Jones. Once he calls me. Call me, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones, call me. Call me, Dr. Jones. Calling Dr. Jones. Calling Dr. Jones. Calling Dr. Jones.
Accused you of being one.
No,
I think I accused.
you
I
were like, you might be on the
other
path to that, but yeah, there were some people like hearing what the propeller hat man has to say.
accused it. Bye. Thank you. Bye bye.
guys. All right, real quick, guys.
I don't like this conversation at all. It's very sad. You gonna call me, Dr. Jones? biggest scandal in games right now. I'm gonna watch this.
What's your opinion on Slay the Spire 2 bait and switching people with hiring Anita Sarkeesian? I don't know if they hired. I don't know how she was involved at all. My opinion on the Slay the Spire stuff, I know that, like, my opinion is that you should try to make it as known as possible that you don't want to have certain people involved in your products. I think that's the main thing. And review bombing and negatively reviewing a game is one of the only ways that a consumer can actually show and express that. Check the Steam reviews. The shit is crazy. Let me see here.
Okay, I guess we're gonna play a different game. We're gonna play not Resident Evil 6 today. We're gonna play some game. What game should I play to please you? I'm gonna insert a thing inside the thing. Okay. Where do I? Oh, capture card. Sound. Um, Alright, we're done. Steam. And we are playing. What are we playing? Berseria. There you go. We have not played that in a while. I'm happy to announce that we're playing Tales of Berseria for a few minutes. Why does this sound so quiet? Why is the game so quiet? What? What the hell? Huh. Why is it so quiet? Also, the stream is now demonetized. Just saying. I played the intro for a long time. The monetization is over. What the hell happened to the audio? Wait, hold on. Maybe it's the system. No, it's supposed to be loud. Yes, if you support me, then you could consider donating. Because I've just demonetized the stream with the intro. Yeah. Why is the game so quiet? Maybe there's something in the capture. Like what? Why is it so quiet? Here we go. I have not played Crimson Desert. Why? What
聞い
about
てもい
Crimson
いです
Desert?
かライフセッター。ベルベットってどういうゴーマンな
Hello,
んですか
Tattoo Jack.
それはあ弱点を
Is it
探ろうと
good?
かじゃなく
Is
て
Crimson Desert
純
good?
粋な興味の質問ですよ。エレノアを疑ってるんじゃなくて僕もベルベット
Now
の
it's too loud.
知らないんだ。
Is
戦
it
って分
good?
かったじゃろ。あやつは左手で食らった敵の力を自分の力に変える奇妙無双なゴーマじゃよ。何でも丸ごと食らい尽くす大食いクイーンじゃ。
まあ大体合ってるな。時々食い残したゴーマが人間に戻ったりするが、
Wait, was it about? What
ゴ
is?
ーマが人間に戻る？
そんなに驚くことか？
当然です。ゴーマ病になった者は二度と人間の姿には戻れない。これは常識ですよ。でもギデオン主催の例もある。あの件と何か関係が？
戻るって言っても死体なんだが、
I
常識
usually
だ
play RPGs like this one. That's my main genre.
この非常識なメンツに常識を語るとは非常識なタイマシじゃのう。
I'm gonna Google
そのよ
Crimson
うですね
Desert.
エレノア、なんかごめん。いえ、ライフセットのせいじゃないですよ。
What's
けど、
Crimson
ベルベ
Desert
ットの正体
about?
は探る必要がありますね。
Crimson open world action adventure game set in high fantasy. What does it look like? Oh, no, I've not played it actually. Maybe I should. Maybe if you donate, I could play it. Uh,
探索戦。
there's a boss fight. Yeah. I have so many games that I have to finish. I have to finish Dead Space on Steam. I have to finish this. I have a whole bunch of games that I started on Steam. Also, have you been here before, Tattoo Jack? Are you a new viewer? Also, is President Sunday streaming?
その
Could
件、
talk to
どうい
him.
う仕組みなの？触らないで。怪我するわよ。
剣以外は触っても OK らしいぞ。
怪我させるわ。
Could talk to President Sunday if he's streaming.
覚悟はいい？
Apparently he started a second Discord called The Dark Cathedral, which is weird. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Jack, don't do it. It's been a while, Jack, don't do it. Jack, don't do it. What do you think about the US attacking Iran? What do you think of that? Nobody checked for President Sunday's stream for me, so that I can debate him or something.
もうダメかと思った。
Check if President Sunday is streaming right now. That is why my task for you. No, I just want you to check if he's streaming. Oh yeah. Oh, he's doing pretty well. He misses me, of course, because I'm in Ukraine right now. But... So obviously he misses me a lot. I know. It's semi-okay. It's doing okay so far.
相当の使い手でしたね。
The connection is doing pretty okay, but it's not perfect by any means. How's everybody doing? The chat should get more locked in, as Zandra Hall would say. Lock in, chat. There are a few people here, but nobody's talking. What's up with that? What is happening, chat? Where are you? Are you tired from my reaction to Anastasia? You don't understand the game? What do you mean? Alright. What? What? What do you mean? What? What is this taking Polish now? How do I turn off this chat translation, chat? Oh. Because that's gonna go this easy react content. The chat, the YouTube chat is being translated to Polish automatically now. I don't know why, but it looks like crap. I hate this auto translation bullshit. How do I turn it off? I have to Google it. I cannot take this. How to turn off should be a turn off translation. I don't see it. I don't see it. There should be an option to turn it off, but I don't see it. And it's pissing me off. Yeah, I don't like that translation thing. It annoys me a lot. Does that make sense?
話にならんわ。
How do you like the game? By the way, that's a question to everybody. Oh. Oh shit. I died. I do, but my entire party forgot how to. Well, also the controller started bugging out. Oh my god. I'm feeling so tired. I've been sleeping so little. I hope I will not get bombed by Russia tomorrow. Victory Day. I cannot because I have to work.
デフトップあけ
小細工だなあでし
おとかぶとごき名前
I mean, there was that risk. I've been told to go to a shelter. Should Russia do a full-blown thing tomorrow? Which is today, already. It is almost 5 a.m.
どれおあ
We've already saw all of these.
いや
ひょ
ち
初
もう僕な
I mean, Zelensky did sign the thing saying that Ukraine will leave the thing alone. So
なあ
やつよって
しかし
それ
せ無視
じゃ
はや
you know. So technically speaking, there's supposed to be things will become tomorrow. Wait, it might end badly for who? What are you talking about? Oh. You should be a weeb like me. I'm so tired. You understand my feelings? You used to speak Japanese? Oh.
勝てないと思うけど
You know that Bleach is now very popular again? Oh, let's do this.
Yeah, 元気かいザビーだおっと喧嘩の相手はまた今度だデートに遅れるわけにはいかないんだなそれはアイフリードのものだなぜてめえが持ってる拾ったんだよどっか茶化すな喧嘩や力ずくでも話させるはっ副長さんよあんたは殴られたら口割んのか 試されるのはてめえだ。話したけりゃ話す、殴りたきゃ殴る。それを決められるのは俺の意志だけだ。
何を？
ちょいとあごひげの可愛い子ちゃんを待たせてるんだよ。終わったら語り合おうぜ、拳でな。待ちやがれ。
アイゼン、みんなにサレトーマを渡さないと。
お前に任せる。
でも
船へ急ぐわよ、ライフセット。
No.
ザビーダの使ってた道具、あれ何だったんだろう。元はアイフリードの持ち物のようでしたね。
あんな道具も精霊術も見たことがないわ。
A gun.
別の大陸から
It's
アイ
called
フ
a
リ
gun.
ードが持ち帰ったものかもしれんの。
別大陸の技術。アイゼンは大丈夫かな。
あの精霊、なかなかの手だれと見ました。むやみにことを構えない方が良さそうですが。
そもそもザビーダのやつ、溝の時といい今回といい、何が目的なんだ。
デートなんて嘘吹いていましたけど、相手はあごひげの可愛い子ちゃんって。
アイフリードと同じ。ベンウィックが言ってたんだ。アイフリードはアゴヒゲの人だって。
そうか。
樹林で聞いた手配精霊ってのはザビーダだな。精霊は奴を探している。
ザビーダはそのことに気づいてる。その上でアイフリードの存在を匂わせてアイゼンが追ってくるように仕向けた。
アイゼンもそれを読んだ上で
The gun is also a thing in
まだじゃ
Zestiria.
済まないかもな、こいつは。
アイゼンが危ない。
だとしても海賊病を手当てしないとどうにもならない。とにかく船へ急ぐわよ。
Where's the store? I need to buy stuff in the store. Uh,
親父、もう俺は無理だ。この村で開拓なんてやってられないよ。
また泣き言か。
あの親子、なんだか不穏な空気ですね。
放っておくでふよ。親子喧嘩は犬でも食べないと言いまふよ。
それは夫婦喧嘩だよ。
そんなんじゃない。もう10年になるってのに、この村は少しも豊かにならないじゃないか。年々寒くなって収穫は減る一方なんだぞ。ゴーマ病だっていつまでもなくならないし。
だからなんだ。他の土地に比べたらウエストガンドのゴーマ病はむしろ少ない方だろう。よそはもっと寒冷化の影響やゴーマの被害が大きい。
oh, there is
俺た
there's
ち
a
は
store
随
there.
分マシだと思うがな。
開拓のことだけ考えてりゃいい俺たちは他よりずっと恵まれてる、そう言いたいのかよ。
I
今
know.
すぐに結果を出そう。
I put the hat on her head.
ウエストガンドは広大だ。諦めずに土地を開き続ければ可能性は大いにある。100年後、1000年後、わしらの血を継ぐ子孫たちが笑って暮らせるよう、その礎になれればそれでよい。
だから俺たちの子孫なんて言ったってどこにそんな。
お父様のお言葉、感動しました。大魔師として一日も早くゴーマ病を撲滅できるよう、私も精進し皆さんの手助けをしたいと思います。
おお、お若い大魔師様、ありがとうございます。ならば手助けの手始めにうちの息子の嫁になってやってくれませんか。
え？
このバカ息子は恋人に逃げられてからずっとこんな調子でして。
すみません、そちらの方は私はお力になれそうにありません。
Marry my son. Marry my son. You slut. Oh my god, the controller is not doing well. Okay, bought items. Oof.
あ、カエルがいる。海の近くで珍しいですね。
あ、一句できたぞ。レニードやカエル飛び込む海の音。
マギルー？何ですかそれ。
ふと心に浮かんだマギルポエムじゃよ。塩水とは知らずに海に飛び込んだカエルのビビりぶりに思いを馳せてみたんじゃ。
Right.
そう、さっぱりわかりませんが。
あ、また一つできたぞ。痩せガエル負けるなマギルー、これにあり。
マギルーが
Guess we streamed for
痩せ
4
たカ
hours.
エルを応援したってこと？
I guess I can rest
カエ
now.
ルの賭けバトルで大穴に全財産をつぎ込ん
やべ
だわしのチャレンジ精神を読んだポエムじゃ。わびさびがあるじゃろ。
単に欲望丸出しなだけじゃないですか。それで痩せガエルは勝ったの？
いいや、カエルにかけた金はビタ1万返ってはこんかったわ。
それはある意味わびしいですね。
サレトーマの花取ってきたわよ。
助かったよ。で、副長は？
喧嘩屋の精霊を追いかけてピューッと消えよった。
その精霊ってザビータってやつだろ。なんで一緒に行かなかったんだ。
海賊病のあなたたちを放っておけと？
そうだよ、副長が危ねえんだ。
清涼がザビーダを狙ってるから。
知ってんじゃねえか。こっちも清涼に出入りしてる商人から聞き出したんだ。ローライネでメルキオルって大魔師が大掛かりな罠を張ってるって。そんなとこに飛び込んだら副長もただじゃ済まない。
メルキオルが動いてる。
なぜメルキオル様が直接指揮でザビーダを？いえ、それよりこの子をメルキオル様に回収してもらえば清涼に戻れる。
相手は特等大魔師よ。罠じゃなくても強敵よ。
くっそ、お前ら全然当てになんねえ。もういい、俺たちが助けに行く。
あなたたちが言ったところで叶いっこありませんよ。
あんたは自分が危なかったら仲間を見殺しにすんのか。仲間を助けたいから行く。負けると分かってたって戦う。やるかどうかを決めるのは自分だ。それが俺たちの流儀なんだよ。
Yeah.
短気な連中ね。誰も行かないなんて言ってない。副長と船長がいつ戻ってきてもいいようにさっさと薬を飲んで船の準備をしておいてよ。
船長が？
アイゼンが罠に飛び込む理由なんてアイフリードしかないでしょ。
分かった、こっちは任せてくれ。
ほら、あんたも。
まったく海賊は理不尽ですね。
理屈じゃなく守りたいものがあるのよ。
理解に苦しみます。
Hello, Polifonica.
さて肝心のアイゼンの行き先だが、
樹林で大魔師が言ってたローライネって何なの？ウエストガンド領の北方にある大魔師の訓練を行う塔です。ベンウィックの情報とも整合する。そこね。きっと大魔師がたくさんいる。アイゼン、
そんじょそこらの大魔師にやられるようなやつじゃないさ。
死神を相手にする方も気の毒じゃて。
Hello.
追いかけて
How are
合流
you?
だね。
I'm a bit tired. Been streaming for 4 hours and it's like, bleh, you know? Does that make sense? But I'm a bit bleh. I should go to a shelter. Wait, why should I go to a shelter? Sorry, why should I go to a shelter?
さすがサレトーマ、後味も最悪ですね。こんなものをまた飲むことになるなんて。
大丈夫？エレノア。
お前、
Oh,
二度目の海賊
if
病だ。
something happens today, if you cry in the Russian victory day, then I should go to the
サレ
shelter.
トーマを飲むのは
Yes.
慣習なのです。
悪趣味な新人いじめね。
衝撃的にまずいものを食したという体験を共有し、結束力を高めようという前向きな儀式です。
あ、そう。
もう一生飲まずに生きていけると思っていたのに、はっきり言って恨みます。
まずいまずいと言えるのは幸せじゃぞ。うまいものの味もわかるということだからな。じゃろベルベット。
どういうことですか？
ベルベットは血以外の味がわからないんだ。
そんなことがゴーマになったから。
もう一つわかる味もある。マギル、残ったサレトーマをプレゼントするわ。
嫌じゃわ
逃がすか。
ー。
なるほど。人の不幸は蜜の味ですか。海賊たちもベルベットたちもどうしてこんなに理不尽なんでしょうか。
デフよね。負けると分かっても戦うなんて普通じゃないデフよ。
あなたは自分が危なかったら仲間を見殺しにしますか？
したくはないデフけど、負けたら結局助けられないデフし。
はい。断りに合わない。
断りに合わないのはダメなことなのかな。
それは
生死の御座でベルベットは痛くて苦しいのに立ち上がった。六郎は兄弟のしぐれを切るために強くなろうとしてる。黒金は自分の頭を使って強い刀を撃とうとした。
みんな断りに合わないことですよね。
でも僕はうまく言えないけどすごいなって思った。
なんじゃのわしはスルーかえ。
あ、マギルーはどうでもいいのに一緒に旅をしてる。そういうのって
そういうのって
よくわかんない。
ズコー。なあ姉さん、お気を確かに。
よくわからないけれどすごいのは確かですね。
Alright. But yes, I've been saying that if something happens today, and it seems that nothing will happen, but I've been told to go to a shelter if something actually happens. to the Russian Victory
Ara.
Day.
あなたたちもローライネの塔に行くの？少し前に銀色の髪の強そうな人にローライネの塔のことを聞かれたのよ。
そいつは何しに行くか言ってたかい？
友達に会いに行くって言ってたわ。あの塔は大麻師の訓練をしてるとこでしょ。大麻師のお友達がいるってことはあの人も。でも大麻師様にしては話し方がワイルドな感じだったから違うのかしらね。
他には何か言ってなかった？
他にも塔のことを聞きに来る人がいるかもしれないからその時は教えてあげてって。あなたたちのこと？
そう。
俺たちが追いかけるのは織り込み済みか。何を企んでるんだ？
ザビーダが？清涼が？
どっちもさ。
ローライネの塔はブルナーク大地の先です。
バレバレの罠を仕掛けるならもっと近場にしてほしいもんじゃ。
つむじ月間ここだ。容赦しない。消えない傷を刻んで走ろう。リーサルペイン邪魔よ。草原客つむじ月間そこだ。食らいつくぜ。烈光人空は絶対逃しはしない。インフェルノブルー草原客烈光人効果烈光しました。草原客次は誰です。つむじごま戦略草原客つむじ月間貫け力草原客
結構頑張っ勝てないと思うけど。
そこだ。食らいつくぜ。逃しはしない。インフェルノブルーそこだ。食らいつくせいやインフェルノブルー草原客つむじ効果軸烈光人効果軸烈光人そこだ。食らいつくせ草原客つむじ月間強い威圧草原客つむじ月間草原客つむじ月間そこだ。食らいつくせ効果軸
I'll be finishing the history essay this weekend. Yeah, I probably will finish soon and do a weekend one that's longer to make it up for people.
次は誰です。草原客草原客つむじ月間草原客草原客その程度だ。草原客つむじ月間
伸びろ紅翼転生わしの完全なる大勝利を見た。
I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna finish stream. I'm gonna raid you into somebody. Who do I raid you to? And we're gonna do a weekend stream. That's gonna be longer. Make it up to you. Who do I raid? Or Team Collective. There you go. Okay, see you. Bye bye. I'm raiding you into Brooks. Bye bye.